talk to about that snow outside?
Jack Frost.
The ladies are passing out a handout, but I sent y'all a note this week. I just want to refer to that for a second. Doug's a great guy, but he didn't say anything about social media, and that's what the hour was supposed to be about.
Right.
So what we're doing is we're putting together a little packet on social media that we'll make available to everybody, and then we'll spend some time on it in the week we're covering marketing. So we will come back to that and give you stuff that you can use to use social media to promote your business. Speaking of the world of online, we have a robust effort to try to promote all of your businesses, and so Sue's just going to share a little bit about that.
Okay, in front of you there's two sheets. The first one will give you the address for a co-marketing site that we created specifically for people who have graduated this program. So if you go on this website, it's called supportsbentrepreneurs.com. You're going to find more than 100 businesses that have been launched as a result of this program. So why I'm telling you this is two reasons. One, when you want to shop, do business with anybody, check out these entrepreneurs and consider them first. But also know when you graduate and you're ready to be on the site, we are going to include you as well. And another very exciting thing is we had a meeting recently with the city, and they are putting this link on their site as well. So the site is getting more and more exposure. And if you go on here, you'll see a link to all of our social media platforms. So what I want you to do is like them and follow them. And the one channel that's going to be most important for you is called the SB. And what we do on that channel is specifically promote the businesses that have been through this program. So every week, at least, we're highlighting one business, and then always we refer back to this. So for each individual business we highlight, and then we're like, and check out all the businesses here. So especially for Black History Month, we've been featuring that, and so there's just a lot of ways, and a lot of people are following now beyond our immediate circle. So if you guys like and follow, and then begin to like and follow the businesses that are highlighted, then together you'll start to create, you know, like how the algorithms work with Facebook, the more people that are liking, the more people that are following, the more attraction there is generally to the page. So for your own sakes and for the sakes of the people that have been through the program, take a minute to like and follow the channels, and then it'll help elevate all of our businesses.
All right.
Thank you. Sure.
So that co-marketing, we call it a co-marketing site. It is organized, if you go on there, it's organized by category. So hair care is a category, or landscaping and lawn care is a category. And it's really important that we try to get people who live in the South Bend area to not do business on Amazon, but do business with local people from South Bend. So please do click on like and follow, not just us, but every other business that shows up. And I mean, that'll give you 60 followers right there. So please do that. And we'll talk more about that too and follow up with you about it. Do you have any questions about anything? I mean, I don't mean like meaning of life things, more like.
Here you go, Doc.
I do.
Yes.
I don't know if you're ready to get to the point, but I had a question about the homework.
I'm going to talk about it right now. I want to talk about that exercise I asked you to look at. There was one other announcement. I know we have. Excuse me. we have some, one of the partners in the program, and a bunch of them that were here the first Saturday. As you probably know or have experienced, people younger than most of us tend to know a lot more about social media than we do. And so we have some kids from Riley High School who are in an entrepreneurship class with Tiffany Reddick. I don't know if any of you know Tiffany, but she's wonderful. And she's having those kids help people out with social media, their own businesses. So if they're going to take on 6 of the businesses and work with them over the next couple of months just on social media stuff. So if there are any of you that would like that help from the Riley High School kids, just send me an email, and I'll put you on the list, and we'll see if there'll be a lot of other opportunities to help your individual businesses, but this is happening right now. So if anybody's interested in that, just send me an email and say, sign me up, and I'll see if I can get one of however she's organizing the kids assigned to you. I want to talk a little bit more about, so last week we dealt with economics, the numbers in your business, and we dealt with accounting or bookkeeping and sort of a process to look at the whole bookkeeping thing in your business. I want to come back to the first of those, which was the numbers and basically what we call the economics of the business. Do you remember the conversation about break even? Yes. And you might remember to determine your break even point for your business, you just take total fixed costs and divide by the contribution margin. And the contribution margin, you may recall, is your price minus your variable cost per unit, which is basically your price minus whatever it costs you to make your product or service. If you're selling pizzas, what you're paying for the pizza ingredients. Here's a question for you. If that's break even, and you say, well, Mike, I don't want to just break even. I need to take $5,000 out of this business. I need the business to generate enough for me to put some money in my pocket. Does that make sense? Okay. So the question I asked when we did break even is, how many units do you have to sell to break even? But if I ask the question, how many units do you have to sell to break even and put $5,000 in your pocket, how do we figure that out? Does it sound like a relevant question? How do we figure that out? I don't want to just break even. I gave you an example of a car wash. I want to do enough car washes to put $5,000 in my pocket. How do I figure that out?
I'll try. Would you have to take your profit and minus the price, which will give you your variable cost? That'll be how much you have to. That will be the price for each car you need to wash.
Yeah, it's much easier than that. Yes, you just add it. I'm going to call it desired profit, DP. You just add it to the fixed costs. So if you know you want to make $5,000, you just add that $5,000 to the fixed costs, and it'll tell you how many units you got to sell to make $5,000. It's that simple. And I think this probably applies to a number of you who are going, well, okay, Mike, it's helpful to know where break even is, but I need to put some money in my pocket from this business. That's the whole calculation. Just add it to the numerator, add it to the 5,000, to the fixed cost. Yeah.
How practical is that in application?
I've used it in every business I've been involved in.
Okay, I mean, you want to
But tell me why you think.
$1,000 on top. I would be more interested in trying to meet that.
You'd be more.
That
To cover the
to
cost.
cover the cost.
Yeah.
That would be my.
I need to cover my cost, but that's a good point. Is it practical to be thinking about making 5,000 and you know, more to the point, you would hope if you made 5,000, you'd put it back into the business and buy more inventory or buy a piece of equipment or, you know, buy insurance or whatever. But there are a lot of folks that come through this program that are starting a business and are going, yeah, I need this business to supplement my family income. I need, so having a sense of how much activity I'd have to be doing to pull that much money out of the business is something some people want to know. Yeah, but you got to get there. But so it's just, if your question is it, I mean, it's just a number, okay? So now I know I need to wash 3,000 cars to take that much money out of the business. Can I wash 3,000 cars? So you had a question, and I wanted to talk about that paintball battlefield. So who had the question?
I did.
What is the question? You want me to just walk through the problem?
Well, okay, I just had a question on B, because like I could follow the math, but I just used the wrong formula and I didn't understand why the formula.
Okay, so let me walk through it, and then if it doesn't make sense. So this is the paintball battlefield problem I gave you last time? Okay. So here is a scenario: the farmer, he's going to open up, use some of his acreage to have a paintball battlefield, and you're given some information. He has some startup costs. He has some variable costs, he has some fixed costs. So the first thing that confuses most people is, what am I supposed to do with the startup costs? What are you supposed to do with them?
You're gonna apply it to yeah, you're gonna apply it to your business.
You ignore them because they're a one-time cost.
Yes.
They're not an ongoing cost. And you're trying to evaluate your business on an ongoing basis, week to week, as I buy stuff and make stuff and sell stuff.
That's not part of it.
So you just leave the startup out of the equation. The fancy term for those they're called sunk costs, but you don't need to know that term. Sunk means they're spent. You're not going to recover them. They don't directly affect today's operation. So you have your variable cost, you have your fixed cost. The price is $10 for a game, and a game is 1 hour on the paintball battlefield. And you can see who the target audience appears to be. Who does the target audience appear to be?
I would think young people between the ages of, I don't know, 19, maybe.
And under.
Yeah, 7 or 8.
So post-pubescent teenage boys who want to pretend to be soldiers. Okay. Yeah, so it's a youth market mainly. And so you can see they're only open on Saturdays and Sundays because their assumption is these kids are in school. And they're open from 9 to 6. they're in the South Bend area, so that's why they're only open 30 weeks a year. You don't go out and play paintball when there's ice and snow on the thing. So there's the scenario, and it asks you what we need to sell to break even. How many games of paintball we need to sell to break even. You always start, what's the first thing you need to calculate? The magic number that you want to play with is
Profit.
the contribution margin, the CM. Do you remember what contribution margin is? It's right here. Price minus the variable cost of making and selling 1 unit. That's your magic number. That's the number you sort of focus on, because that's telling you how much each unit you sell is contributing to your fixed costs, how much it's contributing to paying your rent or paying your insurance, or paying any of those kind of fixed costs. So, what's the contribution margin in this problem? $7.70. So it's the price, $10 a game, minus the variable cost. The variable costs are the paintballs, the propellant. Kids have to pay for a vest. So $2.30 is the variable cost per unit. So every time we have a game, we have a kid play a game of paintball, that means once we charge that kid and pay for the paintball that we had to buy, that $7.70 is going to cover fixed cost or profit. Okay? So contribution margin is your magic number. It's the thing you want to know. So 10 minus 230 is 770. Every time we have a game, it covers its own costs and contributes 770 to cover fixed costs and contribute to profit. Okay? So if you take the fixed costs, which are 52,720, and divide by the contribution margin, that's just this formula, the break-even formula. It tells you what? We need to either sell 6,846 games to break even. 6,846 kids need to come in, play a game of paintball, pay us $10, and we'll be breaking even at that point. Or if we want to express it in dollars, we got to do $68,467,000 of business to be breaking even. So the minute we have the 6,847th kid come in, we start making a profit. Okay? So, then we turn to this question, well, the farmer didn't do this just to do it. He did it to take some money out of the business. He has some notion of, well, I got to make $100,000 from my paintball business. So now you just add that desired profit, the $100,000, to the numerator, to the top here, to the fixed costs, and that tells you want to make that much money, you'd have to do 19,833 games of paintball. Without even going any further, what can you start to conclude? This guy's in deep doo-doo. This business, it's going to be very hard to
Make that profit.
because if you break that down, the break even was 6,846, right? That's for the year. So if you break that down into the number of weeks he's actually open and the number of days he's actually open, you can see that he'd have to do 114 customers per day just to break even, not to make any money.
Right.
Which tells you
It's not gonna happen.
it ain't gonna happen. This is a loser. Either, the basic numbers. Does everybody see that? Okay, so then what do you do? And this is where it helps you. Then what do you do? Well, what we didn't do last time that I want to spend a little time on is the logic of profit in your business. The logic of the way you make profit in your business. I call it your profit model. Okay? And what kind of surprised me is when you look in finance books and you look in accounting books and you look in whatever you look, there's no model that you can read about to capture the logic of how an entrepreneur makes profit. So we developed a model, and you see it up on the screen. It has 4 elements to it that you want to think about. 2 of them you already know. Which 2 do you already know? Volumes and margins. Last time I gave you a couple examples. I asked you, how does a grocery store make money? And what did we conclude about a grocery store?
High volume, low margin.
It sells a lot of it doesn't make much on a can of soup, but it sells a lot of cans of soup. So grocery store was, think of high, medium, and low. Low margin, high volume. And then we looked at a jewelry store and we considered it was probably more lower volume but much higher margin, right? And then I gave the example of 2 bars, sort of a dive bar versus a fancy hotel lobby bar in the same business, but one is a low volume, high margin, the other is a high volume, low margin business. So you have these 2. I'm just going to add 2 more variables to the picture, and that becomes your profit model. So let's talk about margins for a second, because some of you are going, okay, I get this, Mike, but what exactly is a low margin? If I'm charging $15 for my product and it costs me $10, is that a low margin or a medium margin or high margin? You should, this is rough, but you should assume if the margin between what your price is and what it costs you to make and sell it, if that's 15% or less, that's a low margin. 15% or less. So the difference between $15 price and a $10 it cost me to make it and sell it, if that's less than 15%, that's a pretty small margin, okay? So if that number is between 15 and about 80%, I'd call that medium margin. So when that number's over 80%, I'd call that a high margin. Okay, that's a rough ballpark, but it gives you a sense. And I stress it because I worry too many of you are charging too low a price for your product or service. And so your margin is too small. And let's go back to the paintball battlefield, okay? What's their price? $10. What's it cost them their variable cost to put on one game for a kid? 230. So their contribution margin is 770, right? So they're making 770 in contribution margin on a $10 price. That's that's a medium margin. That's a medium margin. Not bad. It's not bad. You just want to try to... The low margin thing is the killer for a lot of your businesses. Because let's think about that for a second. If you're making low margins, you don't make much per sale, right? But what's true about most of your businesses? Think about your businesses. Got a bunch of them featured up here. I think we got somebody who takes the prize for display. Please look at that when you're the business is featured there. But if you think about most of your business, so if I do lawn care, right? If I make dresses, I'm a seamstress. If I do medical transport, we had a husband and wife in the program last year. They're bus drivers for the city, but their dream is to buy a vehicle and start transporting people to doctor's appointments. They got their vehicle, they're doing it. Think about those businesses. Are those businesses where you can use machines and technology to do your job?
No, you need your own labor.
It's all your own labor. A lot of our businesses in the room are labor intensive. It's and who's doing the labor? The entrepreneur. While he or she is also doing the marketing and doing the bookkeeping and doing. So what does that do to you? What does that do to you?
The volume.
It limits
Lowers the volume.
the volume you're able to handle in a day.
That's right.
It leaves you in a situation where you go, well, I can only cut 4 lawns in a day. That limits your capacity or your volume. And so now I'm sitting here with low volumes and
Low margin.
if I have prices that are too low or my costs are too high, my contribution margin, the margin's too small. So I'm low margin, low volume, something's got to give.
That's right.
Or I'm going to work my ass off and I got nothing to show for it. That's a French word. That's a French word. So does that make sense?
A lot of sense.
So let's look at the paintball battlefield. Here's a guy sitting there with medium margins that he can't do much about. I'll explain why in a moment. His volumes are also limited. Why?
He's only open 2 days.
He's only open 2 days a week, 30 weeks a year, whatever, and
He's only doing one market.
can I put 100 kids out on the paintball battlefield at a time?
No.
I can only put so many kids out there at a time, so all the other kids have to wait till those kids' hours up before I can put so my volume or my capacity is limited, low, right? So he's sitting there with medium margins, low volumes. Those two make sense. I'm going to introduce a third variable, your cost structure. This is an easy question. It's just, are your costs mostly variable costs or are your costs mostly fixed costs? Technically, it's different for every business.
Depending on the business.
But technically, this is the ratio of your total fixed cost to your total variable cost. It's just asking, do I have mostly fixed cost, do I have mostly variable cost, or pretty much equal amount of the two? To estimate it, you would just add up your fixed costs, divide by your variable costs. If the number is, so it's fixed cost divided by variable cost. If that number is above 1, you have a lot of fixed costs. Rent, paying somebody a salary, spending a bunch of money on marketing using billboards. Fixed costs, look at the formula. Break even is total fixed cost divided by the contribution margin. So the higher these are, the higher this is, your fixed cost, the more you have to sell to break even.
Yeah.
So when you have a lot of fixed cost, you have to sell a heck of a lot more. And that's a problem if you have limited capacity. That's why I'd be careful in the early days of your business about running up your fixed costs. One of the things a lot of the entrepreneurs like to do is, well, they could work from home, but they decide to rent an office. Why do they decide to rent an office? Because they think, well, I'll be taken more seriously. It'll give me more credibility as a business owner if I have an office. But the problem is,
Fixed cost.
that's a fixed cost, and that rent has to be paid every month. Now, let's think, do any of you know, it's a business downtown, it's behind that chocolate place, Unique Boutique? Unique Boutique? And she was in this program a few years ago. And in fact, she was in this program when COVID hit. What happened when COVID hit?
Everything shut down.
Well, for a few months, the stores were closed.
Yeah.
And then, for a bunch of months, even when the stores are closed, I mean, when the stores are open,
Nobody came out.
people weren't going.
Yeah.
And is her landlord saying,
Don't pay me.
oh, don't worry about your rent?
No, because they have a.
Nope.
So she has to keep paying rent, right? And there's nobody in the store. What's that mean? There's no volume. There's no activity. And she's sucking wind. She's in trouble because I got to keep paying that rent. Now, she was able to negotiate a break on the rent, but still, you see the problem. So I'm not telling you don't rent space. I'm certainly not telling you don't buy insurance. But understand those are fixed costs. And to the startup entrepreneur, fixed costs represent risk. They represent risk because you're committing to pay the rent every month, and you may not have enough customers that month to cover the rent expense. We have another entrepreneur that's been in the program, and she was doing quite well with an online ladies boutique. She's doing pretty good. And she decided to open a physical store. She's still doing it. She's now the name's not coming to me. Minx and Beyond. Thank you. You all know Minx and Beyond? Yeah. It's up by the Walmart when you go up.
By UPS.
Yeah, there's a Mexican restaurant there, and yeah, Hacienda. Go there. But she'd opened that store, and after 2 months, she was in trouble. It was tough. She just wasn't getting enough traffic in the store to cover that rent, and she has to have some insurance there and other fixed costs. So, and she's turned the corner, but it was tough. It was real tough going. So anyway, we're back to the paintball battlefield. All right, they have fixed costs of what is it, 10,000? Right. So they got some fixed costs there, which are, in the scheme of things, medium. They're not high, but they're medium, edging towards high, with good, decent margins, but low volume. The last thing is How many revenue drivers do you have? How many revenue drivers do you have? That is, how many unique products are you selling? It'd be like if I had a restaurant called the Pita Pit, and I only sell pitas, nothing else. That'd be one revenue driver. If I introduced beverages, that's two revenue drivers. You know, another good example of this, I try to use examples where I can. Some of you may know, I can't think of the name of the business now, but Adele Badgett. Adele opened a virtual reality store downtown. And, you know, where you put the goggles on and okay. I did that and got dizzy. The challenge for Adele was he's got rent to pay on a store location downtown. Think about his margins are pretty good. Why?
Operational costs.
His variable costs are very small. One more kid comes in, puts the goggles on and plays the VR, it costs him nothing, right?
Right.
So his variable costs, he's not paying for materials, he's not paying for ingredients, he's already got the goggles, so that's a nice deal, right? His variable costs are almost nothing. Each time a variable cost per kid or per person. So his margins look very good, right? But he's got these big fixed costs, right? And where's he located? Downtown South Bend, right? If you don't live in downtown South Bend, how often do you come to downtown South Bend? Well, if you need to go to the government office, you come down. If you want to go to the Morris Performing Arts thing, you come down. Restaurants, bars, maybe you come down. But a lot of that's at night. And who's he targeting? A younger demographic. You start to go, can he get enough? He can get enough traffic on Saturday, but what about Tuesday? You know, if he's open at 10 in the morning on Tuesday, it's probably dead, right? So real volume problem. And he really struggled to make that profit model work. So what he's done is bought a mobile unit that'll take the VR, you know, to schools or to public birthday parties or whatever, and that model works a lot better. He's now making some money. So back to paintball battlefield. How many revenue drivers do they have? One. They sell games of paintball. All right, here's the magic of the framework. First of all, if you look at your business through the lens of, are my margins high, medium, or low? Are my volumes high, medium, or low? Do I have mostly fixed costs or mostly variable costs? And how many revenue drivers do I have? You can quickly get a sense of how attractive, from a financial standpoint, your business is. What do we see when we play with the numbers in the paintball exercise? The business is not good. The business is in serious trouble. It can't even break even. It would have to do more volume than logic would tell us it'll ever do. Now, here's the magic of this simple little tool. Think of it as a diagnostic tool, like when you go to the doctor, only we're diagnosing your business, okay? Let's start playing around with this because that's what the entrepreneur does. Let's start with margins. Margins are not bad. Price of $10, the variable cost of $2.30, we make a contribution margin of $7.70 every game. That's a pretty good margin. Can I improve it? Well, I can't. I can either lower cost, variable cost, or raise price, right? I'm marketing to kids. Kids tend to be price sensitive. They got not a lot of money. So, do I want to raise my price? Probably not with this target audience, okay? So, there's probably not much I can do to improve my margins. Is there anything I can do to reduce my fixed costs? No. So that's a dead end. If you look at the things I'm spending for fixed costs, I got to carry the insurance. I mean, I can't have some kid injured out there or whatever. So then I go to volumes. Is there anything we could do with volumes?
Yes. Market a different demographic.
We can offer more revenue drivers.
We're not there yet. We're just looking at one variable at a time. Okay. We're on volumes.
Open it up more time.
Extend the hours. You said
Open up to, market.
Target a different demographic. What might be a different demographic? Corporations, companies might do team building kind of things using paintball, or just a fun employee get together using paintball. And what do we know about companies?
Big pocket.
We could possibly charge a higher price to them than we charge these teenagers, right? So and we could do that on Thursday evenings or whatever. Don't have to stick to the weekend, right? In fact, the companies don't want to do it on the weekend, right? So now I start to get, now let's go to your idea. What could I do with revenue drivers? Add additional like?
Concessions.
We're going to create a concession stand. Good idea. We're going to create a video arcade, so while all the kids waiting can play video games, and then and the video games will all be Battlefield things, right? Let's keep going. What else could I do to add revenue drivers? Not random revenue drivers, ones that fit the other things we're doing.
Feature products, paintball gear products.
Sell products, okay, good idea. How about we put hidden cameras out on the paintball field?
Oh, you can buy video.
And we take live action shots of you out there doing paintball. And when you get done with the hour, we have them already developed, laid out on the table. And what do we charge for them? $10 for a photo. And what did it cost us to print that photo? 20 cents at the most. That's a pretty nice, yes. Do you see how the tool can be used as a diagnostic? What could I do on the revenue? Is there things I could do to increase volume? This usually means segmentation. We're going to talk about market segmentation, looking at other market segments. Are there ways to either raise my price or lower my variable cost? Most of your businesses, at least the ones I've gotten familiar with, but I'd say most of them, have relatively low fixed costs, right? So this doesn't tend to be the problem. Right. It tends to be, can I do something to raise my margin, or is there a way I can increase my capacity so I can do more volume, or should I add a parallel, a complementary revenue driver to the business? One last example. Let's take a business like right across the street from Notre Dame is Jimmy John's sandwich shop, right? Now, if we use this model with Jimmy John's prices are relatively low. And they use decent bread and decent meat and decent cheese, and they have hourly labor. So their variable costs are actually high. You know, Jimmy John's sandwich shop, right? So, but they have to keep their prices down because that's their business model. That's how they stay competitive in the sandwich business. Why else do they have to keep their prices down? Because there's a ton of competitors, and if you're located on Eddy Street, you're principally targeting a student audience, a Notre Dame audience. Notre Dame students, you think they have money, 85% of them are on financial aid. You think Notre Dame is rich, most of that endowment is scholarships to help them pay their tuition. So the upshot, and those students are on meal plans with fixed budgets. So in fact, you can't really raise your price if you're Jimmy John's on Eddy Street. What's your problem then? So let's start with it. Jimmy John's on Eddy Street is focused on what? Low? That's right. They're a low volume, high margin business, and especially tied to bars that are on that street, because kids go to the bars, and then where do they go after the bars? I got the munchies, I want to, right? So that's their model. What's their cost structure? They have a lot of variable costs, but worse than that, what kind of rent do you pay to have a location on Eddy Street?
A lot. You pay.
So they pay a lot of rent, and they pay insurance, and they have utilities, and they have to do some marketing, and they pay for a manager, a salary. So they got huge fixed costs, right? With low margins, high volumes, and the revenue capture is basically soft drinks and some sandwiches, okay? They actually have a problem that you might not recognize. When you're a high volume business, so I used to be at Syracuse University in New York, and right across from Syracuse was a student area, bars and stuff, and a McDonald's. It was the first, you got a McDonald's, you got a success formula. It's hard to screw up a McDonald's. This McDonald's went out of business.
Oh, wow, that's
which is unusual. But because of the same reason, the Jimmy John's example I'm talking about. High volume implies high volume month in and month out. Entrepreneurs don't operate for a month. They operate for 12 months, 365. So, what's the problem for Jimmy John's?
They don't break.
Notre Dame shuts down for about 4 weeks in the middle of the year. And we don't do a lot of summer classes, so there's hardly any students around in the summertime. That's 3.5 months. I just took 4.5 months out of your high volume model. So what is supposed to be a high volume business over the course of a year becomes a medium or low volume, medium volume business, but a medium volume business with low margins, but high fixed costs would tell you you're in trouble.
Yeah.
That can't make money, right? And then what happens? COVID. Think what COVID does. It takes your volume way down. So the fact that any of those businesses survived COVID is
lesson.
yeah. if I'm Jimmy John's and I look at this, there's not much I can do about these. But what if I add catering? And if I added catering, what kind of catering would I add?
To the university.
When is my slow time?
Summer.
December and the summer. So I really double down on my catering in those months. We specialize in Christmas parties. We will cater Christmas parties, and it's a speciality of ours. And we're going to cater every Christmas party that happens anywhere around us, or anything on the campus, any department, any unit, right? And summertime, 4th of July, we specialize in picnic baskets for people going on picnics. But you see what you're doing. You're using the model to improve your profit, and that reflects the seasonality, that reflects when volumes are low versus high.
To keep your revenue coming in.
So let me give you one last example, because it moves us into the next topic. We have a wonderful young lady. You're going to meet her. Her name is Yvonne Kasimbi. And Yvonne runs a business called Sinai Chocolates. And she was in the program a couple years ago. And at Sinai, so she's like she's kind of snooty when it comes to chocolate, you know. I used the word Hershey's once, and it was like I insulted her. She's like, I make artisan chocolates. And they're amazing. They're really good. I've bought them. I bought them for other people. They're really good. And she opens a shop, mainly not because she wanted to shop, but she wanted a place to mix her chocolate, and can't do that from home. So she opened a shop in that shopping center. Is it Town and Country? You know where that is, in Mishawaka?
On McKinley.
Oh, McKinley. Yeah, that's it. She opened it. It's not part of the main building. It's a little standalone thing. And there's a whole lot to her journey that's quite interesting and quite inspiring. But she has a challenge when you start looking at her profit model. Her margins are pretty good, but the nature of her business, well, what is the nature of her business? Think like an entrepreneur. What's the nature of her business? She sells nice chocolates, bonbons. They're artistic, they're beautiful, they're tasty. She charges a decent price. What's the nature of her business?
High margin, low volume.
3 spikes. 3 spikes each year account for over 70% of her sales.
Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day,
Christmas.
Mother's Day, and Christmas. She sees these big spikes at those times. Her problem is she knows now how to manage and prepare and market for those 3 spikes. What about the other 10 months of the year?
Birthdays, anniversaries.
So what does she do? Well, she's modified her model so that at those 3 peak times, it's a B2C market, business to consumer. B2C means your customer is a household or a consumer. But she's starting to do much more in some of those other months, targeting a B2B market, targeting businesses. Like, if there's a conference at Notre Dame, What do they like to do at conferences? Well, they like to eat, but often when you go to a conference, they'll have a little special thing for you there, and it's her nice boxes of
Right.
2 pieces of bonbons, right? So she's getting more of that kind of business, corporate business. She's getting her product featured in like hotel gift shops in the area, but she spends more of her marketing effort and time on that and working those customers and nurturing that business to offset. She doesn't need them at the peak times. She can't handle them at the peak times. Same idea. That's how I want all of you to think about your own businesses in terms of these elements. Which takes us to, if I can, our topic for this week, which is planning and thinking strategically. Planning and thinking strategically. So, working on the business, not just in the business. This is easy for me to say, hard for you to do.
Yes.
Because you're doing all the labor. You're making the product. You're dealing with complaining customers. You're dealing with bookkeeping. You're dealing with, well, the classic example is Yvonne. She's back in the back making a chocolate, right? She can't afford a piece of equipment that costs about $22,000, the big mixing machine. So she now has a serious problem with her wrist. We'll talk more about that when we get to financing. But so she hires a young girl to work the front counter while she's in the back. And this girl is like the girl from hell. She's like, shows up late. She is on her phone when customers are there, and she's just difficult. And I don't think she's ripping her off, but she's otherwise just. And poor Yvonne's like, I can't fire her. I just can't do that. She just. I mean, some of you'd go out the door, but Yvonne struggles with firing somebody. So she carries this woman for like 5 months of hell, of misery beyond that. You know, and then what happens is she finally fires her. It's like a traumatic thing. I'm sure she cried and didn't sleep, and right? But now what?
She needs somebody to work.
She'd been burned. So she like, I'm not hiring anybody else ever again.
Yeah.
Right? And that's a problem because she needs people. She needs the volume. But so the ability to step back and think about the business, and that's what I mean by think strategically. Some of you going, well, what do you mean strategically? Well, there's thinking operationally or tactically. That's in the here and now. That's what tactics am I using? What moves am I going to make this week to get customers or to put the rent off or things? Strategically is thinking 2 ways. A little longer term. I don't mean 10 years. I don't even mean 5 years, but where are we going to be in 2 years? Thinking a little longer term and thinking holistically. And by that I mean many of you will tend to deal with marketing problems and then deal with bookkeeping problems and then deal with employee problems without looking at how they connect to each other. Thinking strategically is seeing how they are related to one another, and the decision I made in this area might help me in this area, but it hurt me in these 2 areas. So that's what I mean by thinking strategically about your business, working on it, not just in it, okay? So, bowling alley example I gave where they have 3 revenue drivers or product lines, the games, the shoe rental, and the snack bar. Thinking strategically is thinking how. Well, but think practically. You told me you got to live in the real world, so think practically. Ask yourself how your revenue drivers or product lines relate to each other. Relate to each other. So, it's only when you start thinking that way that you go, well, I sell 3 things, but I make the most money on the snack bar. So how do I manage the other 2 in a way that feeds more people into the snack bar? I think I'll have leagues. I think I'll have corporate competition, so a lot of people are sitting around waiting to bowl. And while they're sitting around waiting to bowl, they'll eat, right? So with Yvonne, when she starts to go, not just, so you don't want to just be reacting to things as they happen to you. Because when you react to things as they happen to you, you become a victim.
Right.
You want to try to have a plan. You want to try to anticipate. You want to try to look out a bit and across the things you're doing. And so when Yvonne sits and goes, okay, I understand my peaks. Let me think about my valleys, the rest of the year, but let me incorporate that in how I segment the market. And I focus my marketing on different people in the low periods than I do in the high periods. That's thinking more strategically. Some of you are going, well, Mike, that's just thinking more logically. But the problem is, as logical as it seems, you don't have time to do it. You're just reacting. And it's not just that you're reacting as stuff happens in your business. When you come from disadvantaged circumstances, what else happens? When you come from disadvantaged circumstances, what else happens? My kid mistakenly got arrested at school today. My aunt from Iowa just moved in, and she's got a chronic health problem, and I'm taking care of her. I got mugged the other day. My car. Especially when you come from disadvantage, you have all these non-business distractions that make it even harder. You know, I'm a single mom. I'm working 2 part-time jobs while I'm trying to start this business. I end up not being strategic in my thinking because I just don't have the bandwidth and that's the key, is finding that bandwidth. So we've talked about this entrepreneurial journey. I even broke it down into 80 steps to a sustainable enterprise. To a sustainable enterprise. And we talked about how the journey's messy, how it's chaotic, how you make mistakes and learn on the fly, how unexpected occurrences happen and you quickly have to adapt. And then I told you the story of the cleaning lady who starts off cleaning homes, sees that the margins are too small, and she's got limited volume because she can only clean so many homes in a day. She doesn't have much fixed costs. She mainly has one revenue driver: hours of cleaning. But she starts thinking strategically and starts to understand her margins and her volumes. And so she starts to go, maybe I should start focusing on offices, not on homes. And she's getting feedback from the marketplace, and she says, maybe I should start focusing not just on offices, but medical offices. And then she learns more, and maybe there's more money to be made from focusing on bio-waste and bio-waste cleanup. And ultimately, she adapts the business to focus on certifying other people to clean up. But that's strategic thinking. Because it didn't happen accidentally. It wasn't luck. It was intentional on her part. She's learning as she goes. But she's thinking, where can I take this business? She's thinking strategically. She's not just a victim of reacting to whatever happens, which is often bad stuff, right? So, thinking strategically about your products. I open a surfboard shop, and I sell longboards, shortboards, boogie boards, and board wax. Okay? So, those are my 4, what do you call them?
Revenue driver.
Revenue drivers or product lines, right? If I think strategically, what questions do I start asking myself? This is my business. And by the way, let me just stop for a second. What do you notice here? If I look horizontally, that's how many revenue drivers I have. We call that the breadth of your product mix. Breadth. What do you see here? I have 4 kinds of longboards, 2 kinds of shortboards, 1 kind of boogie board, and 3 kind of wax going
Down.
That's going vertically, that's depth. That's the depth of your product mix. Now, when I add depth, when I add multiple versions of my product, what does depth imply if you think strategically?
More income.
Maybe more income, but why would you, instead of offering 1 type of eyelash, offer 4 types of eyelashes? But why?
It's to target.
Whoa, what?
To target.
Target, different market segments. Yes, that's what this means. I think there are 4 different market segments. So I have 4 versions of my product. Does that make sense? Because some of our entrepreneurs keep adding options when there aren't market segments. So they're now holding a bunch of inventory that, well, inventory is the other big risk in businesses, because if I bought all this stuff and I can't use it or sell it, I'm stuck with it. So I'm thinking strategically about my surfboard shop. Okay. Here's an interesting question for you. Might these 4 products have any effect on each other?
They could.
Yeah. Oh, you raising your hand? Oh. Might these 4 products or revenue drivers have any impact on each other?
Yes, I think so.
If I am a woman and I open a shop that sells little black dresses, you with me?
Yes.
Little black dresses. And I have 30 different styles of little black dresses. So one of my product lines is little black dresses, revenue drivers, right? And it's deep. I have a lot of options in terms of little black dresses. What else do I probably sell? I probably sell accessories, like belts, scarves, right? And what's the reasoning?
It's gonna.
That somebody's going to come in looking for a belt? No. That when somebody buys a little black dress, they'll also want the belt and the scarf that goes with the dress. That's thinking strategically about how your products relate to each other. So, let's see if you get this. This is an interesting question. If I decide to raise the price of longboards, I'm going to charge more for my longboards. Okay? What would you expect to happen? I'll sell fewer longboards because the price is now higher, but I'm hoping the price increase more than compensates for losing a few customers. And I hope I make more on my longboards. But what happens if I raise the price of longboards and I start selling more shortboards? What's that tell you? The customer sees them as
Different items.
substitutes for each other. Substitutes for each other. Make sense? All right. What if I raise the price on longboards and it reduces the sales of longboards a little bit, but it also reduces the sales of wax? Why? Because the people who are buying fewer longboards are buying less wax. Because the customers see those as complements for each other. So the items in your overall mix of products or services could be substitutes, could be complements, or could be completely independent of one another. Could have no impact on. You need to look at your products this way. I see so many entrepreneurs that add products because they can. But they're adding products that make no sense in terms of really being successful at what you do. I mentioned the lady that sold lip balm, but she also sold eyelashes. You buy more lip balm, you ain't buying it. I mean, it may happen, but it isn't going to be the normal thing. And she sold t-shirt screen printing because she's thinking the more revenue drivers I have, the more money I'll make. That's not true. Don't add revenue drivers just to have more stuff to sell, because you're going to have more stuff that doesn't sell. Okay? So what else might be a strategic way of thinking about what you're selling?
I would think that selling less of the longboards and offering more variety in the things that you're short in, like the boogie boards.
Yeah, the reason that I'm not doing that is because there aren't as many unique segments for boogie boards as there are for longboards in terms of different customer groups with different needs. Kind of like the businesses going to the paintball place versus the kids going to the paintball place. But if there were, then you're right. I would do exactly what you just said on the short boards. But the other issue is financial. You want to know, where does most of your revenue come from? Where does most of your profit come from? And they sold supplies. Toner, paper, supplies. And what else do they sell? No, they didn't sell office supplies. Here's the problem. You're a business and you're thinking about getting a copier for your business. As a customer buying a copier, how do we all tend to see copiers? Whoever gets this, I'll give them a free book. How do we tend to see copiers?
Yeah, they're all the same. One is good as the other.
There's a word for that.
Necessity.
Come on, first week.
Commodity.
What?
Commodity.
You get the book. Sue, I got to remember he gets the book. Customers see copiers as a commodity. Do we really see any difference between a Canon copier, a Minolta copier, and a... They all copy. They all copy on both sides. They all sort or collate. They all staple. They all have color options. The customer sees no difference between copier brand A, B, and C. They all do the same thing. So what do you think's happening in the copier business if it's a commodity business? If the customer sees no difference, what does the customer buy? The lower price. So what do you think's happened to prices of copiers? They've been pushed down. So they sell a lot of copiers, they make a lot of sales of copiers, but copiers only account for about 20% of the profit. They make a lot of sales. Go down in your emergency room, you don't want that to happen, so you buy the platinum service contract. Well, now let's think about service contracts for Canon copiers. Does Canon make pretty good copiers? They don't break down that much. If I buy a service contract, I buy the platinum service contract because I'm a business, right? And I need the copier to... What's the contribution margin coming from the service contract? How much profit are we making from the service contract? It's all profit. If the copier doesn't break down, then you're paying for that service contract and it's all profit. Right? So when somebody buys that extended warranty, it's almost all profit from Best Buy. So if you're smart, you're running Best Buy, if you're the entrepreneur running Best Buy, what would you do? You would pay your checkout people a commission to push the service contracts, and because you're making so much gravy on the service contracts, you could pay them more, right? So in this example, the service contracts represent about 35% of sales, but about 75% of the profit. Does everybody see that? We make all our money, profit, coming from the service, right? Then we start thinking strategically, and thinking strategically, what do we realize? The copier gets me in the door, and if I'm in the door, the probability is they're going to buy my service contract for a copier. Right? So what would that lead you to do? What?
Lower the price
Of the copier. Bingo. I'm willing to do what with the price of the copier? I'm willing to do what with the price of the copier? I'd take a loss on the copier. I'd sell it below cost. If it'll get me a bunch more service contracts that are all gravy. That's thinking strategically. How many of y'all go to a grocery store around second, third week of November?
Nope.
Buy a turkey.
Nope.
Did you know most of those grocery stores price the turkeys at cost or below cost?
Yes, they do.
Why would they take a loss on a turkey? Because you'll buy the cranberry sauce and you'll buy the gravy and all the other stuff on which they make some profit. Thinking strategically about the mix of things you sell. Also thinking strategically about who you sell to. From a marketing standpoint, the single most important thing the entrepreneur does is segment the market. Segment the market. What's a market segment? What's a market segment?
Determining who you sell to.
Okay. So if I'm Sinai Chocolates, what's the first thing I have to do? I have to define what we call your relevant market. Where will 90% of your customers come from? Okay. Sinai defines their relevant market as Michiana. So they don't try to, they do sell, but they don't make any effort to sell outside of Michiana. So those, however many counties that is, that's their market. Within that market, there are subgroups of customers or market segments. Market segments. I cannot emphasize this. I know some of you think this way, even though you'll tell me you don't. When I ask many entrepreneurs, who's your customer? They make the fatal mistake of saying, well, everybody's a potential customer. That's like saying, no one's a customer. Right. You have to have a sense of specific segments that you're targeting. Specific segments that you're targeting. And so, thinking strategically is also not just thinking strategically about your products, but also about your customers, your market, and how you break that market down into unique segments. A market segment. So, Brittany, can I use your hand for a second? So what do you notice about my hand and Brittany's hand? Different colors. Different colors. Does that mean that Brittany and I are different market segments?
No.
No, it does not.
No.
Color may be a meaningless segmentation variable. It may be a meaningful one, depending on what you're selling. There are no generic segments. African Americans are not a market segment. Not generic. They might be for particular products. Senior citizens are not a market segment.
Right.
But they might be for particular products. So don't think in generic terms. College students are not a market segment. they might be for particular products. Because what you're looking for with a market segment is a set of customers with shared needs or buying behaviors. They buy the same way.
Yes.
So could there be a product that she and I are part of one segment?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Why not?
So the issue is, how do you break the market down? I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in the marketing week, but it's part of thinking strategically. So here is what we call a segmentation tree. And I'm doing it backwards to see if you can figure out what we're selling. So I'm an entrepreneur and I'm breaking my market down, right? What's the first cut I make on my market? Should I sell to businesses or should I sell to
Customers.
Yeah. So one of the entrepreneurs that's been in this program, a guy named Brent Lacey, I don't know if any of you know Brent, but I know Ann was here, she does, because he runs his business out of her building. But he does screen printing and embroidery, like, embroidering the name of your team or whatever. And Brent was initially selling to anybody, and he started to more emphasize selling to clubs and organizations, but he's discovered the real viable market segment is more a business that it probably is not a national chain. It's not a big corporation. So it's but it's a small to medium sized locally based business. Like, think about customers. That's what I'm trying to get you all think about customers, your market and how your customers break down. Screen printing. Why is he really interested in small and medium-sized locally based businesses as a target audience? If I have a moving company and we'll come move your stuff or haul your stuff or whatever, all my employees should be wearing t-shirts that say Bob's Moving or whatever on it. And so he's now targeting much more the B2B market. What's different when you try to sell in B2B markets? The challenge in B2B markets is they by and large don't make buying decisions because you post some stuff on social media. They for the most part, make buying decisions how? Because you go in and personally call on them and make a sales pitch to them. So if I'm going to go after a B2B market, Yvonne has to go call on Notre Dame, go call on a hotel, go make a sales pitch. And that's a big challenge for some of us because you're scared. It's scary to go make a sales pitch. What do you know when you make a sales pitch? What do you know when you make a sales pitch? They're not might, they probably would say no. So you may have to make 30 sales calls to get one sale. So you gotta have tough skin because you're gonna get a lot of rejection. Well, there are people in this room go, shit, I can't deal with that rejection. That'd be terrible. Every day I'm calling on people and they're saying, no. So, all right, so then what do? We focus on the B2C and we broke it down into male or female, made a decision to focus more on females. And then what did we do? We focus on what they do for a living and decided to focus on stay-at-home parents and retirees. Then we broke down education and focused on college graduates that own a home and gardening. I'm doing this backwards. You start with your product and then break the market down. But I want you to see if you can figure out what the product is. What? Garden tools, that's good. Seeds, that's good. This is the segmentation and targeting scheme for an entrepreneur who built birdhouses. Nice wooden designer sort of birdhouses. He likes to work with wood, right? But this is thinking strategically. Why is this so important? Why is doing something like this, thinking strategically about your market, so important?
And
Here's your market. This is the South Bend market, or the Michiana market, or the Mishawaka. This is your market, okay? That's surface. What's your market full of?
People.
Prospects, prospective buyers. There's all kinds of prospects that make up the market. A prospect is anybody that has the potential willingness and ability to buy your product. There are always a bunch of prospects. What have we learned about prospects and the market?
you can segment it.
Everything's not for us.
There's an 80-20 rule. And what the 80-20 rule tells us is 80% of the sales that come out of that market for you or your competitors will come from 20% of those prospects. You could waste one hell of a lot of time and money that you don't have calling on, trying to market to, trying to reach the 80%. You want to figure out who's the 20%. That's segmenting and targeting, thinking strategically about your market. Here's another way to think about it. I think you'll like this example. It's one of my favorite examples. But there's an entrepreneur, and this is back when I was at Syracuse, and we had a program in the south side of Syracuse, which was a very tough neighborhood. In fact, in the state of New York, including New York City, that zip code was in the top 5 for, you name it, gang activity, murders, whatever. Tough area. And in the middle of the south side was this guy that had this business called, his name was Bongo. Bongo. And the business is called Bongo's Jerk Hut. You know what jerk is? It's a season, a Caribbean seasoning. Goes on chicken. Well, Bongo pretty much put jerk on any kind of meat. You want jerk pork chops, jerk beef, jerk whatever. And it was a takeaway place. It was good that it was a takeaway place because he had like a pipe leak and there was kind of a toilet smell.
Yeah, they all have that smell.
Oh my God.
But anyway, here's Bongo. And Bongo had big dreams. Bongo's like, I'm going to get those Syracuse students to come down here. I'm going to get those businesses in the business district that's only 8 blocks away to come here to Bongo's to get their lunch. And so he's thinking, everybody's a potential customer. And so he decides to run some ads in the Syracuse Daily newspaper. Okay? And we're working with Bongo, and we're trying to tell him, don't spend the money on those ads for the paper. Nothing against the paper, but for your business, don't do that. Oh no, I got to do this. I'm gonna get these business. I'm gonna get these students. And we ultimately convinced him not to spend the money on the newspaper ads. Why? Because the guy at the newspaper that's selling that advertising, those kind of guys sell what they call reach and frequency. And they will tell you, run one ad in our paper and you will reach 52,000 people, including pass-along readers who read the paper and then give it to somebody else to read. The problem is what? You're paying to reach 52,000 people, over 51,000 of which are never coming to your store.
That's right.
So you're paying to reach a lot of people that are waste. They're the 80%. What our students convinced Bongo to do was spend much less money, still advertise, but where do you think they got them to advertise? He's living in the hood. Where do you think they got him to advertise? In the hood. In the hood, or where? No? Good idea. Barbershop? Barbershop, nice idea.
Social media.
They picked 5 community churches. And each church had a bulletin. And what was on the back page of the bulletin? Advertisements. They instead had them spend much less money, but advertise in 5 church bulletins. What do you think happened? Sales took off over the next 2 months. That's the difference between what we call a shotgun approach and a rifle approach. The rifle approach is reflecting, segmenting, and targeting your efforts, thinking strategic. Does that make sense? Okay. So, you don't want to be a commodity. That's the biggest thing. And if you don't want to be a commodity, you don't want to fall into something we call the commodity trap. This is the single biggest strategic problem most of our entrepreneurs in this program suffer through. They fall into the commodity trap. What is that trap? It starts with they're not differentiated from their competitors. Some of you go, I don't have any competitors. And all of you go, I'm different. If those people don't see it, that's their problem. I'm different.
They work for me.
But to the customer, they don't have time to study your business. They're living their lives. So they just see you as one more cleaning company, as one more catering company. So the ability to achieve meaningful differentiation. I'm a cleaning company. Might I differentiate by focusing on, I do pet-friendly cleaning. Well, now I've got a little differentiation. The more differentiation you have, the what? The more differentiation you have, the what? Why does Starbucks charge $5, McDonald's charge $1, and Speedway charges 80 cents? Because they're differentiated. The more differentiated you are, the higher the price you can charge, and that should be your goal.
Yes.
You want to charge as much as you can, not as little as you can. And it's such a hard thing for some people, because they go, well, I want to charge the price I can afford to pay. And I'm worried about getting sales. If I charge too much, I won't get sales. If you deliver the value,
That's right.
you'll get the sales. And the value comes from being different, being differentiated.
Yes.
What makes you different? Okay, if I'm not differentiated, what kind of businesses these tend to be? Labor intensive with you doing all the labor, right? And too many of us charge low prices. And think about how you buy stuff. When you buy stuff, where do you want want to buy? Not at Walmart, not at Joann's Fabrics. You don't want to buy at retail to turn around and sell at retail. The problem is to buy at wholesale, you have to buy in larger numbers, but you can't afford to do that. And your volumes are limited because your capacity is constrained because you can't afford equipment and you can't afford technology, so you're doing all the labor yourself. So you end up with a labor-intensive business with limited capacity, which forces you to buy in small quantities and pay retail prices. Are you starting to see the commodity trap?
Yes.
Yeah, so challenge it, and so you don't have any bargaining power with your suppliers.
No.
You don't have any bargaining power with your customers. And so the whole focus of thinking strategically is, how do I break out of this commodity trap? And the key is differentiation, which will allow you to charge a higher price, which will allow you to make enough money to buy some equipment, which will allow you to increase your capacity, which you can start to see how the dots connect here. But this is what you want to avoid. This is the big challenge. This is why a lot of businesses that get started hit a brick wall, and they just can't get past the brick wall, and then they're frustrated because they're like, I'm working my butt off in this business, and I'm not seeing anything. I'm not making any money. It's because they're stuck in the commodity trap. Let's take a break. Ready? So I got this. And Jamie, you made it.
Yes.
So why don't you stand up and tell us about your business?
Hello, my business is Jetta's Sweet and Salty Kettle Corn. I'm a new business. I'm a home-based business. And I would have brought enough for all y'all, but I did. They ain't reason, but I did.
And do you have a Facebook page or?
I have a Facebook page, but it's under construction because I don't know what I'm doing. What's the name of it? It's Jetta's Sweet and Salty Kettle Corn.
Okay, so
Yes.
if it's all about differentiating your business, how do you differentiate? So here are some key ways that companies will often try to differentiate. One has to do with the operational excellence of the business, the consistency, the dependability of the business. And that's a key source of differentiation for somebody like McDonald's. What do we know about McDonald's?
They always mess with
Burgers never overcooked or undercooked. It's cooked the exact same way at McDonald's in Kansas City as it is in South Bend, as it is in Washington, D.C. It's that operational consistency that is their edge. A lot of folks will focus on aspects of the product or service, either the quality level or the selection that you offer or a particular feature that you know. So I sell batteries, but they have a self-testing feature on them so I can see how much charge is left in the battery. Some try to differentiate on the basis of innovations. So doing things that nobody else is doing yet. Some try to differentiate as it's not low price per se, it's value for the money. So as the better value for the money. And some try to differentiate based on aspects of the customer experience and that intimate relationship. Disney is very good at this. So that's one way to think about differentiation. This is one of my favorite quotes. This is a quote from a guy named Jerry Garcia. Most of you probably never heard of him.
Grateful Dead.
He was the leader of a band called the Grateful Dead. And the Grateful Dead was a band that was associated with sort of sex, drugs, and rock and roll kind of thing. Tie-dye t-shirts. In fact, they got their start playing at these like Kool-Aid acid parties in San Francisco. But as much as they look like this fringe, weird side band that wasn't, they never had a #1 hit. In fact, they only had one top 10 hit in their whole history.
They were well known.
But they were incredibly profitable. In Michael Jackson's biggest year, the Grateful Dead made more money touring than he did. In Bruce Springsteen's biggest year, same deal.
Wow.
And these guys were super clever. How you look at your customer, how you look at your product. How do most bands look at the audience? As those lower beings who get the honor of hearing me sing.
No.
You go to a typical concert, right? You go to see Beyonce, and it shows at 8, but she doesn't come out at 8. Some other act comes out that I didn't pay to see, and then I'm like, wait for that, and I wait. Then what happens? Well, they finish, you go, finally, Beyonce. Well, no, they got to take all their stuff off the stage and bring her stuff out on the stage. And she comes out and she sings for 45 minutes. Then takes a break, comes back for another 30 minutes. There's nothing against Beyonce, it's all business work. The Grateful Dead's average show is 4 hours long. I don't think it matters because everybody's probably stoned out of their minds. But what was different about them on all fronts? Their whole philosophy was, audience is part of the band. We're not playing to you. You're an extension of the band. It's a communal experience. That may not sound like much, but it was huge in terms of their followership. What's the greatest thing you can accomplish in marketing? Well, that you're perceived to be the only one doing what you're doing.
Yes.
That you have customers that aren't just repeat customers, aren't just loyal customers, but are missionaries. Do you know anybody that owns a Harley Davidson motorcycle? How do they feel about their hog, their Harley? It's more than love, it's like
Obsession.
it's part of me. It's an extension of me. It's part of my identity. The Grateful Dead accomplished the exact same thing. Their followers called themselves Deadheads with pride. Think of the achievement where you got people that are so crazy about your product or service that they self-identify with it. You ever heard of a tool company called Snap-on Tools? Tools are a commodity. A hammer's a hammer, a wrench is a wrench, a socket wrench, whatever, a saw. Tools are a commodity, and customers see them as a commodity. But the Snap-on people looked at their product differently, and they looked at the market differently. You remember when you were a kid? I don't know if you had this experience. I'm a little older. But when I was a kid, this vehicle would come down the street. And have these bells that would ring. And every kid was running. Ice cream man. Right? It was magic. It didn't matter if you just had a little ice cream. You're chasing the ice cream man. What Snap-on did was they came up with a whole different way to approach the customer. First of all, they focused not on consumers like me, B2C, but they focus on people who work with tools for a living. So somebody who works on motors or generators or whatever, construction. They painted their trucks this distinguished red and white color, and they would go right to the job site. For construction or a company that made generators or whatever, auto repair. And they had the truck laid out very cleverly in terms of you could take a break from work, go out, climb in there. Now, what? For a man or woman who works with tools all day, what's the Snap-on truck showing up like? That's like the ice cream man. That's the world they live in. Snap-on was super smart because to them, a wrench was not a wrench. To them, if you work with engines, motors, the wrench is your paintbrush. The wrench is an extension of your hand. That's why they were so successful and meaningfully differentiated themselves by this unique approach to, we'll take the tools right to you at the workplace. And it's magic. And so Garcia says, you don't want to be considered merely the best of the best. You want to be the only ones who do what you do. Everybody else is playing by this set of rules. And it's a game of one-upsmanship. You lower price, I'll lower price. You start advertising here, I'll start advertising here. You add a second version of the product that has a little bit more this in it, I'll add the same thing. It's just mimicking one-upsmanship. He's saying, play on a different playing field. Play by a different set of rules. So this notion of find the difference in your business, don't be a commodity. And here, I know this looks busy, but this is actually a very powerful tool. It says, wear a different pair of glasses when you look at your product or service. And look at your product or service at 4 levels. The core product, the tangible product, the augmented product, and the communicated product. Let's start with the core product. You define your core product not in terms of what it does, but the benefit you create for a customer. The benefit you create for a customer. So what is the benefit of the popcorn? What is the benefit of the transport service? People buy benefits. People buy attributes. It'll take too long with these shoes on, but I would, I'll just do it. So, here's a product. Somebody made this, somebody bought this, transaction happened. That's what all of you are about. Marketing is what? Marketing is not about brand building. Marketing is about what? Making transactions happen. Anything you do to make transactions happen is marketing. So, think about this shoe. The people at the company that made this shoe look at the shoe how? They look at it the way they make it. So they look at it in terms of what grade of leather did they purchase? How much tanning had that leather received? What is the number of stitches? Is there 40 or 43 stitches across here? What is the process of putting this little zipper on the side? What's the tensile strength of the, is this metal or plastic? The zipper. They look at the product the way they make it. So Marcy is working in a shoe store. And I walk in. I say, good morning. And she says, good morning. How are you? Welcome to our store. Nice to see you. I say, well, it's nice to see you. We go through a little chit chat, and finally she goes, what can I do for you today? I say, well, I'm interested in that shoe over there. She said, well, what can I tell you about that shoe? I say, well, I'm glad you asked. I had some questions. Where do you get your leather? How much tanning did that leather receive? Is there 42 or 43 stitches across here? What's the process where you put that zipper in there? And is that like, what's that made out of? Do I ask any of those questions?
No.
Not a one. I'm the customer. What do I ask about?
How much it is?
Fit, comfort, style, durability, price, brand name. People don't buy it how you made it. They don't care.
Yeah.
You could have had leprechauns made it. They don't care. Leprechauns on acid listening to the Grateful Dead. People buy attributes, fit, comfort, style, durability. They buy what the product does for them. So a product or service is a bundle of attributes. What's in that bundle, you design into the bundle. But when you're selling, you've got to sell attributes. What the product does for the customer. You're selling benefits. You're selling attributes. We'll talk more about that, but what's the primary benefit that you're selling? That's the core product. Quality. But it depends on your business. Then we go to the tangible product, the second circle. Now we're looking at characteristics of the product itself, like the size, the quality level, features, options that are available, the packaging that comes with the product, characteristics of the product itself. What does the word augment mean? To augment is to supplement or support, to add to. So, Tiffany, if you went in to buy a refrigerator, where would you go to get a refrigerator?
I just bought one from Costco.
Okay, so she goes to the store to buy a refrigerator. She walks in, sees the refrigerator that she likes, maybe talks to a salesperson, and buys it. Does the customer expect to strap that baby on her back and carry it out of there?
Not necessarily.
They may expect delivery. And when they deliver it, does she expect them to roll it into her front yard and peel on out of there? They expect installation. And when they install it, might you have a few questions about the ice maker or how the thing works? They might want a little training. Those are things that augment the product. here's the point. To the customer, those aren't separate from the product. That's part of what I bought. They see that in terms of that's what I bought. So the delivery becomes part of the product. And then the communicated product. So augment with a warranty, augment with customer support, augment by offering upgrades. You can turn your old one in and get a nicer version of the thing. After sale service, returns policies. You can return it if you don't like it. And then the communicated product has to do with the brand identity, the image that you're trying to project with what you're selling. So, I don't know if you know the whole story about what's the number one selling cigarette in the world?
Newport?
Marlboro. Many of you may not know that at one time Marlboro was an upscale woman's cigarette. And it didn't do very well. And they did something marketers call repositioning in the mind of the customer. And they introduced somebody called the Marlboro Man. And that was this lone dude out in the West, cowboy. And that carried them to the number one brand in the world. That brand identity. Brand identity such that what? Well, when you walk into the place and you put your hard pack of Marlboro down on the bar, what are you saying? The Marlboro Man just walked in. That's why Torrance smokes Virginia Slim.
That's for sure.
That's why they don't.
Yeah.
Now, you're looking at these four circles and going, what do I do with this? This is a roadmap for differentiation. This is a powerful tool. There are other things that can go in those circles. I'm just giving you examples of those circles. But let's take something that would seem impossible to differentiate. You ready? Salt. That's a commodity. Salt is salt is salt, right?
No.
Not when you apply this tool. What's the primary benefit of salt?
Preserve.
To enhance flavor in food. Flavor enhancement. Might there be other primary benefits for different market segments?
Yeah.
Like
Preserve.
food preservative, because we're selling salt to the army or lesser developed countries where there are food shortages. Or, what would be another primary benefit of salt?
Ice.
Ice and snow removal. Now we're selling safety to municipalities in the northern hemisphere. Different primary benefits depending on the target audience for the product. How can we change salt at the tangible level? Could you change the size of the granule?
Yes.
Coarse salt, fine salt. Could you make it colored salt?
Yes.
Pink salt for breast cancer awareness, or green salt for St. Patrick's Day. Or could we change the packaging?
Yes.
Could we make it flavored salt?
Yes.
Onion flavored salt, jalapeno flavored salt, garlic salt. You start to see how we differentiate using this tool. Let's go to the augmented level of your product or service. Well, that's a little harder with salt, but could we have when we sell salt to restaurants, have a returns policy? Any salt you don't use, you can return to us and get a credit. That's playing with the augmented product. Could I offer healthy recipes with my salt?
Yeah.
Okay? And then at the communicated level, the fourth level, what's the #1 brand of salt in the country? Morton. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You think there'd be a lot of salt companies. But one company dominates, and what's their brand? And the little girl, Morton, she's got an umbrella, yellow umbrella, and salt's coming down, and there's a tagline. You all need a tagline, and their tagline is, when it rains, it pours. Huh?
I've never even seen that on salt.
When it rains, it pours. What are they trying to tell you? It doesn't cake up, it doesn't clog up, it flows freely. They differentiated salt. You can differentiate your business and get away from that commodity notion. The related concept is called positioning. How do you want to be positioned in the minds of customers? How do you want to be positioned in the minds of customers?
That's the best that would, the only one that can do it.
So, Joel, can I use you as an example? Sure. Okay. Joel has decided he's going to buy a pair of athletic shoes. Okay? So Joel, I just want you to help me out here. I'm going to draw a little, simple little diagram here. Okay? And I'm going to label this axis low price, high price. And I'm going to label this axis high quality, low quality. Okay? With me? Okay. I want you to get a mental picture right now of Nike. Just think of that one brand, Nike.
Just do it.
Okay? Now tell me where to stop in terms of how you see Nike when it comes to price. Okay?
There.
No.
Okay? There he is. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing with how you see Nike when it comes to quality.
There.
What is that point right there? That is called positioning. It is how Nike is positioned in his mind. You're trying to manage how your product or service is positioned in the mind of customers based on key attributes. This doesn't have to be price and quality. This could be other attributes. But how are you trying to position yourself? And what you see on the slide is some of the popular ways that entrepreneurs will try to position themselves. So, do you know Bic pens?
Yes.
How are they positioned? Low price, disposable quality, right? Do you know Mont Blanc? Bic is charging 50 cents for a pen. Mont Blanc is charging $300 for a pen. Different positions based on price quality. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So Target is positioned differently than Walmart on one hand, and then Saks Fifth Avenue on the other hand. Okay? Positioning with respect to attribute or product. I'm the fastest, or I'm the easiest to use, or I'm the, mine whitens more than yours, like anybody else's. I'm the best whitening toothpaste or whatever. Yeah, but it's on some specific attribute or benefit that you can do better than anybody else. You do something that somebody can just copy, then you're not differentiated. Right. With respect to the competition, this is a little riskier, but one of the great campaigns, one of the longest running campaigns, for years and years and years, Hertz dominated the car rental business. Hertz.
Yeah.
And this other company comes along called Avis, And their tagline was, "We try harder. We try harder." And they were deliberately positioned, they never used the name Hertz, but they're basically saying,
We better than.
there's number one, Hertz,
And then we're here.
we're number two. You never, I mean, this is, we're in America, it's about being number one, right? Well, what they realized is we're in America and people also like the underdog.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's what they were trying to do. Number one is lazy and takes you for granted. We're number two, we have to try harder. And that was an effective positioning that they were able to do. And it was clever because they never actually said Hertz.
Right.
With respect to the user, so Porter Paints sells paint, but they only sell to painting contractors. They don't sell to consumers. So are there particular kinds of users? We only sell cleaning services to people that have pets that shed a lot. Are there particular customer groups that I concentrate my positioning around so I'm known as that's the pet cleaning lady, you need to use her or him. So with respect to the application, that's a little more complex, but certain products can be used in multiple ways and different applications. And so the most famous example of this is a product you all know, Arm & Hammer baking soda.
Oh, yeah.
Baking soda. People don't bake as much as they used to. So most every house, somewhere in a kitchen cupboard, there's a yellow and red box of Arm & Hammer, but it sits there forever. Right? And so their sales are flat and they're looking for ways to reposition. So they discover you can cut the top off the box of Arm & Hammer's baking soda and stick it in your fridge and it will absorb odors and sales start going up. And to discover you can sprinkle Arm & Hammer baking soda in your carpet and it gets rid of like dog and cat smells and sales go up. And they discover another application. You can put it in your swimming pool, if you have a swimming pool, and do with algae.
Even in your washing machine.
And your washing machine, yeah. And apparently you can put it in your toilet, and that's, I don't know what it is in your toilet. But the point is positioning with respect to what the product's being used for. And then the last one is a clever one with respect to the product class. So here's another product that many of you may have in your kitchen, but it sits on the fridge or in the thing forever. A1 steak sauce. What's the problem with A1 steak sauce? Most of us don't have steak very often. So you might have the steak sauce, but you're going to have it for a long time. It's like 8 years past the... So the people at A1 came up with this very clever repositioning idea. And what they said was, A1 makes hamburgers taste like steak burgers. What they're basically trying to say is, stop thinking of it as steak sauce and think of it as meat sauce. Put it on your pork chops or put it on whatever. And that was actually a successful campaign. They were able to get people to see it more as meat than steak. Then these other people tried the same thing. The Florida orange juice growers. And they said, orange juice. When do you drink orange juice? Breakfast. They said, orange juice, it's not just for breakfast anymore. And they show like people on a date having some orange juice. People coming out for a midnight snack and have some orange juice. Athlete comes off the field and has some orange juice. And the market said, no, it's for breakfast. That went nowhere. Anyway, so ideas about differentiation and positioning, and what is your unique value proposition? And all of you should have a unique value proposition. You want to get the core value what you're selling down to 5 or 6 words. I tell you the story of a young lady who loved to bake. And so she wrote a business plan for a business she was going to start. And the business was she was calling it a dessert bar. And what she was going to do, I didn't tell you the story, did I?
No.
What she was going to do is in Cincinnati, Ohio. She was going to open this dessert bar in downtown Cincinnati, near the downtown shopping, the high-end shopping district down there, Nordstrom and stuff is. She's going to open this dessert bar, and she's going to sell these fancy desserts for these really high prices, and sort of position the business as the go-to place you have to go to get these amazing desserts for these stupid prices. After you went to the symphony or the opera or play or shopping. Okay? Everybody get the business. Dessert bar. Fancy dessert. She loved to bake. She'd been to culinary school. She was the first student I ever had. We've had 4 or 5 of them now. But she was the first one I ever had that wrote a business plan and didn't just win the campus competition, won the national competition, top business plan. But she writes a business plan and she runs these numbers that we just went through. And it's clear she can't make money from the dessert bar. The fixed costs are too high, the rent to be down there, the insurance. So she did what entrepreneurs do. She lets the business plan show her how that won't work, and she goes back to the drawing board. She comes back with a new concept. Ready? I'm going to open a dessert bar. And it'll be located in downtown Cincinnati near the high-end retail. And it'll sell these fancy, elegant, ornate desserts for these real high prices. And people will go to the opera, the theater, shopping, and this will be the go-to place you have to go to get one of these amazing desserts. And I'm going to lose money. Because my actual business model will be
Totally different.
So Cincinnati is on the border of northern Kentucky, southern Ohio, and southern Indiana. I'm going to go to all the 4- and 5-star restaurants in that metro tri-state area and get them to outsource their dessert business to me. Now there's an intriguing business model. You've got the shop, but the basic model is logistics, getting the desserts to all the restaurants each day. Why is that a beautiful business model?
Logistics.
Who's doing all your marketing for you? The restaurants, right? When you go in, we feature only La Patisserie desserts. Very clever. So, Khadija, do you ever go out to a restaurant and have dinner and sometimes maybe order dessert, but not always? Let's be Khadija for a moment. She's sitting in that restaurant, she's had a meal, and they come out and ask, would you like dessert? In fact, if they're good, what do? They bring a cart out with the desserts. You have to look at them, see the sensory stimulation. What is Khadijah thinking?
Get away from me.
What? Gotta have one, but
I'm full.
no, it's dessert. Come on.
I'll take it home.
Never too full for dessert.
Uh-huh.
She's thinking,
Why not?
I love that, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I'm having a baby. It's not healthy. I can already feel the extra pounds on my thigh. She's saying I shouldn't do this. But there's an angel on the other shoulder saying,
Just try it.
Khadijah, you've had a week from hell. An awful week. You deserve this dessert. She's going. Or the angel saying, you've had an amazing week. You deserve. But the bottom line is, she deserves dessert. Here's a brilliant entrepreneur. When you ask that young lady, what's your product? She would say, I sell New York cheesecake. I sell pineapple upside down cake. These are my products. When you asked her, what's your unique value proposition? She said, I sell indulgent experiences. What are you doing when you buy dessert? You're being nice to yourself.
Yes.
You're doing a little indulging that maybe you shouldn't. You're doing something good for yourself. We sell indulgent experiences is brilliant. The products will come and go. The things you're selling will change over time. But what's your underlying unique value proposition? And I'm going to stop here in a minute because we have our guest entrepreneurs. There's more we'll cover next week. I'll catch up, but don't worry about it. But take another example of an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur who walks in, he's got an idea. Most of you may not remember this, but there actually was TV before there was cable. And back in those days, when you had TV, you had a TV usually with an antenna or something, a coat hanger, I don't know. But you only had 3 channels, CBS, ABC, and NBC. And eventually PBS came along, and then Fox came along, but there were only so many channels. And then this cable thing comes along, and there's like 200 channels or 300 channels. Well, about the time cable's come along, this entrepreneur comes up with this unreasonable, remember that word, unreasonable idea. He says, I'm going to start a business, I'm going to call it the Cable News Network, or CNN, and I'm just going to run 24 hours of news a day. How do you think people reacted to that? Like funders, financiers, bankers? That's a stupid idea. Who the heck would watch 24 hours of news a day? The average American watches 30 minutes of news a day. The nightly news, 8 of those minutes are commercials. They want their news boiled down, packaged up, 22 minutes. Who's going to watch 24 hours of news? The network, all the anchors, and none of them would go to work for CNN. It's like, that's a stupid idea. They were laughing on their backs. He goes into a bank and asks for $30 million loan. Wow. They laughed him out of the bank. You're going to sell what? Well, clearly he understood something they did. Because CNN was successful.
Yes, it will.
It was so successful that he did a spinoff called Headline News, just the top stories. It's been successful. It was so successful, he spun off another business called CNN International. It's done well. If any of you flown recently, if you're sitting in the passenger waiting area, you look up at the ceiling, there's a TV with CNN Airport, separate business. Think of how many million people go through U.S. airports every day. CNN Espanol. So, very successful. What's his unique value proposition? I'm talking Ted Turner here. What was his unique value proposition? What's he selling?
Information.
Ask yourself, what am I selling?
Yes.
But what does it do for the customer? Most people would say he sells news. Some people might go further and go, he sells information. So, my friend Gregory is sitting in his house. Okay? He's watching his favorite TV show in his house. Reruns of Baywatch. And as he's sitting there watching a rerun of Baywatch, somebody runs in the room and says, "Hey, Greg, did you hear about the bomb blast in London? Did you hear about the assassination in Iowa? Did you hear about the earthquake in Miami?" What's the first thing he does? Turn to CNN. They'll tell you their unique value proposition is instant information anytime from anywhere. Instant information anytime from anywhere. That's why they made so much money. Unique value proposition. What is the unique value proposition? What are you really selling? Think in terms of benefit. And how does CNN take advantage of that unique value proposition? If you watch CNN for any period of time, what will come across the screen? Breaking news. And it'll be a story about this fat guy on a bridge in Alabama. Will he jump? Won't he jump? We're on the story. They're selling the instantaneousness of it. What do you think happens to their viewership when Princess Diana's killed in a tunnel in France? What happens to their viewership when Bush and Gore are tied and we don't know who our president is? Their viewership spikes. They live for the spike. I hate to say this, but when an airplane goes down and they can't find it in the ocean, CNN's doing great. Instant information anytime. So think about your own value proposition. Okay, I'm going to transition. If you want to stand up, stretch, or grab a drink, but I'm going to ask our two guest entrepreneurs to come up. Our two guest entrepreneurs this week are Emily Saddock. Emily has, I guess she's what you call a serial entrepreneur. She's started multiple businesses, beginning with a Montessori school and then a workout gym thing, and then there's something after that, isn't there? We'll ask you to talk about it. And Gil Michel, Gil is, I guess you're a minister, aren't you? But he has a financial services business, provides CPA services, accounting services, tax services. And I've asked them to spend some time with us focusing on what we've been talking about, which is the whole issue of not just working your butt off in your business, but thinking more strategically about what you're doing and where you're going and who you're selling to and what you're selling. And so could I first just ask each of you to give us a little background on sort of your story with entrepreneurship?
I started my first business, which was a Montessori childcare, just completely out of necessity. And it was kind of the only thing I knew how to do was take care of children. So I was working for someone else, saw an opportunity, luckily landed in a program similar to this that was for only women, but very similar.
That's the St. Mary's
At
program?
St. Mary's, it's called Spark.
So you ladies in the room, there is a program at St. Mary's you might look at?
And that program was unique in that it poured a lot of, like love into us and encouraged us to work on ourselves. And through that and the mentors that I had, they kind of encouraged me to do my own thing. Stop working for someone else. Stop opening this business for this woman you think is smarter than you. Do it your own way. And so I opened an infant full-day Montessori program, which we didn't have in the area at that time. We only had Montessori preschools and grade schools. And so, and I also did it very much how I wanted to do things. So that worked out for me. I sold that business 7 years later for a nice profit. That program helped me set myself up to do that. And once I did that, then I was able to kind of be even more selfish with my entrepreneurial spin, and I opened up kind of a wellness company. And that was because I was into that myself. I wanted to do it for myself all day long, and I wanted to get paid to do it. That has turned into, it's changed way what I thought it would be, and now I'm doing a lot of consulting work for companies in California on things that we're not prepared to do here yet. So I'm setting myself up for that. And my partner and I are about to purchase an existing barbecue company also. So I'm wrapping my head around that.
And before I let you go, Emily, so you've had now a couple businesses, you've done well at entrepreneurship, and that's because you come from wealth and richness, right?
No, I had to borrow I think it was $50 to be in the program. It was either 50 or 150 when I joined it. It's been almost a decade. I had to borrow that money. At the time, I was not earning income. I was simply bartering for my kids' education because I was so passionate about them getting a good education, and I was married to an addict who was telling me that instead of bettering myself and opening a business, I should dumpster dive and live off of the land in Arizona, So, no.
But you did dumpster dive, right?
I was dumpster diving, absolutely. I mean, I was taking whatever food I could get for my children at the time. I was taking, I was trying my hardest. I was coming from a place I had come out of extreme violence. I had witnessed violence that most people don't witness, and I had survived violence that most people don't witness, and except for like on TV, And so doing that program, I had mentors who were able to hear my story and were able to say, hey, guess what? You're the strongest person I've ever met. Hey, guess what? You are way cooler than any banker in this room. None of these people you see in their fancy suits who you think are holding your destiny right here with a credit score and your poverty, you think these people have more power than you. I'm here to tell you that you are actually way stronger than them. And they would not come out where you have come out at. And that was a big deal for me. And ever since then, I've just been reminding myself of that and moving forward. So, yes.
Thank you. So top that, Gil.
Find my exit at this point.
Just a little background on
Well, I'm not originally from South Bend. I moved here about 22 years ago from New York City, and started my business, my accounting business, really out of necessity. I started it because I was working for a little company around the corner from me down the street here called Crow. Back then it was called Crow Chiswick. And a lot of people don't realize, but Crow Chiswick was probably at that time the 12th largest CPA firm in the country. And they've now consolidated and with Price Waterhouse and all this other stuff. And so now they're one of the top 10 largest CPA firms in the country. And so I was working there, and right after 9/11, my group was cut in half. I had no job for 4.5 months, and couldn't find anything, couldn't find a job, couldn't find anything. and one working at a hotel overnight. I won't tell you which one. But on my day off, the hotel was robbed. And I'm like, I literally looked up to God and said, Lord, you got to do better than this. And I told the owner I was going to quit. And he says, why? I said, I'm just going to try to start my own business. And he goes, doing what? Like accounting. He said, I just bought this hotel. I'm your first client. And that's how things got started. About 3 weeks later, I got a job at Notre Dame. And but I didn't want to let go of my business, this new business I just started. So I worked that business for 5.5 years while I worked at Notre Dame. And it came to a point where I had to make a decision. I left Notre Dame to pursue that, and I've been doing it ever since. Right, Emily? I'm not your normal bean counter, project protector, wearing accountant, bean counter guy. Most people meet me and don't think I'm an accountant because I'm very much an entrepreneur. And I learned that from my father, who I grew up, actually I left this part out, working in my dad's accounting firm in Brooklyn. My dad was from Haiti, and he started his business really out of necessity the same way, serving mostly the Caribbean, Jamaican, Trinidadian business owners that were all over Brooklyn and Queens, in New York, and cut my teeth doing accounting and taxes in that way. And so since then I've done over 10,000 tax returns, and pretty much have been doing all my life. But yeah, because of my dad's passion and spirit of entrepreneurship, did the same thing. And that idea for me to start my accounting business didn't just come from nowhere. It was from watching him do that and working in my dad's company, and so I just transferred that here as well. So accounting, bookkeeping, and that kind of work is pretty labor intensive. I guess it got more computerized, but back in the day it was probably a lot more. And you're starting the business, with the hotel, but trying to find other clients and do the work while doing the marketing, while keeping your own books for your own company. What have you, we spent a lot of time today on this question of working in the businesses versus on the business. How did you struggle with that and come to be able to think more strategically about what you're trying to do? Good question. As an accountant, you work in literally both sides of your brain. You're working on the numbers, working on numbers for other people. And you talk a lot about business plans, and I know people, and I've helped people, usually for the financial portion of their business plan. People are like, hey, I need this part of my business plan done, and I can do those all day, every day. But the whole concept of working on your business is constant. As a matter of fact, more than the Palo Alto software that has all the business plan stuff in it, in my house, there's a part in my office where there are probably easily 50 napkins that I am forecasting and going through scenarios and doing break-even analysis, and this is my fixed cost, and this is how I can build. So the whole concept of working on your business is not just an exercise that you do with a spreadsheet. It's continual. You'll probably be thinking about this stuff in the shower. While you're taking your kids somewhere, while you're online. I have Google Sheets with all kind of projections and probably more napkins than anything. Like I said, where I'm always thinking about where to take my business, how I can scale, how I can do the same with less or more. And so it's a continual process that I'm always working both sides of my brain all the time, because you have to dig into the numbers. But if you don't back up and take the 10,000-foot view and look at where you're going over long term, you'll find yourself like a hamster on a wheel, just working and working and working, and never really finding inspiration in what you do and forgetting why you do what you do in the first place. Yeah.
Emily?
Shake the microphone. I was sitting here like in awe, I'm like, that is so, like, what's the word? Intentional.
Yes.
And I don't know if I was always intentional. I think for the first part of owning the childcare, I was a hamster.
Yeah.
And so I didn't really pay attention to when I was working on that business for the first couple of years, because I was working like 16 hours. I was doing everything. But once I got past that and I'm in my wellness business, I've now found that maybe I'm just more comfortable being an entrepreneur, or maybe I'm more confident, but I am thinking constantly about where am I going to go with this. And I think another part of that is being able to pivot in the moment. Not just working on your business, like what do I see in the future, but in that moment, are you going to be able to change and roll with it? You know, I think that's super important too. I think COVID did that for a lot of people. You know, it definitely did that for my business, where everything I thought I was doing stopped. I thought I was going to open an athletic spa, where I was going to bring float tanks to the masses. To all the football players in town, you're all going to float.
Right.
You're all going to meditate in a salt cave, and I'm going to build it, it's going to be amazing, and I'm going to have a juice bar, and you're all going to be vegans. And then COVID hit.
You might have hit the off
Oh my God.
words.
I'm not good at technology, guys. Okay, don't put your thumb there, Emily. But then we couldn't have gyms, right? Or gyms couldn't be open. That's what I'm trying to get. I didn't touch it again. I swear to God, I didn't touch it.
Let's see if it's,
I can tell.
I think it needs batteries. Do we
I'm
have-
Italian. It's okay. I can be really loud.
We'll get some more batteries too, but go ahead.
So, all of the people I was banking on to give me all this money, because with my childcare, I had paid off my loans, had, you know, I was looking good. I had a certain amount of profit, but what I wanted to build was like $1 million facility, okay? And the bank is all lined up, and I have my building, and everything's going great, and COVID hit. And so I don't have that opportunity anymore, you know, and I no longer have teams even practicing. So I can't go, a lot of my wellness business was built on athletic teams and training them with my spin, right? So I had to all of a sudden do what I was used to doing with people who are playing games. They're no longer playing games. They're no longer practicing as a team. And I'm supposed to work from a computer screen or a phone. And it took me probably 1.5 years to pivot that successfully, you know? And it's probably because I never envisioned it not going my way. And maybe I should have like been working on that more, but I was kind of just stuck in that, like, this is definitely
That was your vision.
I think it's interesting though, if we go back to the Montessori, having the benefit of talking to you before, there were some ways you were strategic,
Yes.
particularly about your target audience and your customers. Can you talk a little bit about that journey?
Yes. When I started my business, I was very poor, right? And I had a lot of people telling me that I should open a childcare and help women like me by giving them really affordable childcare. And going through this program, I began to see, well, how is that sustainable if I'm not making enough to like pay myself a living wage or my employees a living wage? I'm helping these people, but ultimately none of us are helping each other at all. You know, we're just staying in this mode. And so I was like, I'm gonna cater to really wealthy people. And then I'm gonna pay myself enough, and I'm gonna pay all the people who work for me a real living wage. Most childcares pay $7.50 an hour. Okay. You cannot live on $7.50 an hour. Most people who work in childcares are single moms.
Yeah.
Poor moms. So that became my idea. I really want to help people who work for me, and I want to help myself. We've been through enough. It's our time to have a nice, comfy job and feel really good. So I targeted rich people. Rich people really like the best of the best, right? And I know, because this is how I am, that the best is the most natural. So then it became my goal to convince all of these wealthy people who may be hearing that they need a state-of-the-art daycare center with computers or technology. I want to convince them that actually the best thing for your baby is for me to hold her, my staff to hold him. So we had no swings, no bouncers, none of the things that make most childcare easy, you know. And we made all of our baby food from scratch, and I served all organic food, and we served a vegetarian diet. And while that sounds very crunchy and granola-y, right? And that was in the beginning my spin, and I wasn't going to charge very much for it and whatever. But through the program, I realized that if I spun it not as crunchy, right, but as the best, exclusive, best thing you could possibly be doing for your baby while you're making your money, right? I'm going to do it. And so the way I did that was I found out what the most expensive childcare was in town, and I charged more than it. Because rich people usually will accept that a high price means a high quality. Mostly, like they're used to it, you know? So it's like, yeah, if that car's $200,000, it must be a really good car. If she costs, and when I opened, I charged $250 a week. By the time I closed, I was charging $400 a week. So $1,600 a month is going to me, you know, from you, you know, you're used to paying for things. And so, again, a way I positioned myself to make that happen was I bought a home I didn't rent, because I knew then, okay, when I sell my business, I can sell this property too. And I bought that property near our area's largest employer, Notre Dame, and Memorial Hospital at the time, Beacon now, right? Two biggest employers in town. They definitely need childcare. Hey, yeah, there's a lot of people not making a lot of money in healthcare, but there are people making a lot of money in healthcare. Hey, there's some people not making a lot of money at Notre Dame. There's some people making a lot of money at Notre Dame. And so I hope that's you.
No.
I hope you're the latter. Yeah, so I would say that those are the things that definitely strategically were the most helpful for me.
Okay. So Gil, in accounting you can sell a lot of different things to a lot of different kind of people. Just on the same kind of question, as you looked at your product mix and your target customer groups, did that change? Did you sort of strategize about that?
It did. Most accountants talk about sort of how you position yourself and providing this unique value proposition. There are a lot of accounting firms. There are a lot of people who do taxes. There are a lot of, but I started almost doing my own internet marketing. So what I was realizing was a couple of things. One, I realized I can't serve everybody. Just like you said, you weren't going to be the low-cost daycare provider. And so I don't, probably, people ask, well, who's your ideal client? Who is your avatar? Who's your rock star client? I went after a lot of entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, who I felt like could afford me. That was number one. Because there are a lot of people who are starting off, and there are probably people I will probably speak with even after this class. And I'll say, you're not ready for me. Or I'm not in your budget yet. And it's not because I'm expensive, it's because probably what you are going to need in the first year is just to go get a good QuickBooks program and do it yourself. Or a good spreadsheet and do these stuff. But there are people who are maybe a notch further and need someone to bounce things off a couple times a month and to keep their books in order because they just don't want to do it and they can't afford it. But I'm not the, when I was working at Crow, we had all kinds of clients. We had Girly Leaf and all these car dealerships. I'm not for them. But I'm also, I quickly realized like people who my customer was and how I can market myself to them. The second thing I realized also was that the thing I market, it sounds really weird coming from an accountant, but is an experience. So And this is pat myself on the back.
Had away.
But most people leave their accountant's office feeling stressed or feeling scared. And so nothing gives me more pleasure than to hear a first-time client, they're coming in for an initial consultation, and they'll go, oh, this feels good. I feel good about having an accountant and hearing where I am or understanding where my taxes are. And this is why I'm where I am, and this is what I can do to get there. And so I'm like that indulgent experience. I'm looking to create, and I'm not going to have, 1,000 clients, and I'm totally okay with that. But I can have X amount of clients that I know I have the capacity to serve, and I can feel good charging this price, and they feel good about it. It's a win-win for everyone, and they leave my office feeling like they have a trusted advisor. So I don't serve everybody, I'm not for everybody. And the earlier you realize that, the better it is, and the more stress you take off yourself. Because you can, anyone who's willing to pay me a fee, I'll take it, don't get me wrong. But the person that's most understanding, who's the person that you fit most for, just like I go after rich, wealthy people who need childcare. I'm going after people who are in the growth stage of their business or have hit a level of success and don't want to do this, don't want to do it in-house, and want someone to walk alongside them, then Gil's my guy. And so I didn't realize that at first. I took any and everybody, because you got to make bills, you got to make payroll, you got to make your overhead, you got to do things. But once you start getting into that's like you take off and all the exertion is to get up, and once we're now cruising at a flight of 200 feet, you can now take off your seatbelt and cruise the cabin. Then you get to the place where you can start saying, you know what, I don't think you're a good client for me, and feel totally fine with it. And knowing who your real client is and who you can best serve, knowing that as early as possible is best. Of course, in the early days, you have to make, you're going after it, you're chasing the money and you're trying to make it. But once you get to a place where you can make those kind of decisions and turn down things and say, I don't think I'm the best client for you. Or you're not the best, I'll tell a person, I don't think you're the best client for me, or I'm not the best solution for you. Right now, you need to master that Google Sheets and that Excel spreadsheet and put your expenses in every month and save the X amount of dollars that you'd be paying me right now because there's going to be a strain on you. So knowing that early on and who your ideal client is key.
Okay. So there's a niche. There's a target audience. There's a niche that you're focused on, and you've gotten away from everybody as a customer to that niche, which we talked about today. One of the things we're about to talk about, we're a little behind, but I've said this to you before, and the two of you may very much disagree with me, which would be fine. Won't ever invite you back. But, no. Just kidding.
This program is not a fit.
But my argument is people need to get on with things. People need to get out there, need to learn from being in business, need to make mistakes, need to sell, and don't let not having a business plan hold you back from just getting on with things. A business plan can be very helpful, but it shouldn't be a barrier to starting a business. So my question, having sort of set the stage here, is did you have business plans when you started? And what's your view on your advice to them in terms of the business plan?
I did not have a business plan. I didn't have a formal business plan, I'll say it that way. I have a lot of things that I would write. I have a whiteboard, I have Google Docs, I have sales spreadsheets, I have napkins, tons of napkins. Back of receipts and invoices that things come to me and I keep those things, or I transfer it to something later. So I had a plan, but I didn't have a formal business plan. And I recently had a conversation with someone who was asking me for reference to do a will, and I said, oh, and I realized, man, I haven't changed my stuff, like my beneficiaries and stuff on life insurance, like those things change as life changes. And so, like I said before about those things, they evolve, they change. And as you hit certain milestones or things in life changes, you may start off your business saying, yeah, I don't know, I'm going to work 10 hours a day, then you have a child, you're like, I don't want to work 10 hours a day anymore. So my goals change, the nature of my business changes, and the plan changes. And it has to evolve as you evolve, as an outside environment evolves. You have to go, well, guess we're not opening the gym because of COVID. And so you pivot, you change, and so I have a plan, I have goals I want to reach, albeit not formal business plan, but I'm extremely intentional, and I'm extremely cognizant of where it is I want to go as a business owner. And that may change in 2 months, or in a year, or next week, depending on the things that happen. So I make a health diagnosis and go, there's no way in the world I'm going to do this, or what I said I was going to do last month. I need to change that. And those numbers change, how I approach my competition changes, how I position myself changes, and it's always evolving.
Okay. Emily?
We're gonna give her some spoons.
I'm so glad. I know, right? You look a little flattered. Yes. Over here. Similar. I did have a business plan when I opened my childcare though, because similar to you guys, I was in a class where that was kind of the end goal, was creating this business plan. And for us at the time, we could use that business plan to get a loan from First Source Bank that was looked at without our credit score. They just kind of looked at our business plan and made the decision off of the business plan. Wow. It was incredible.
I'm going to buy a wig.
It was life-changing. It's no longer a part of the Spark program. It's a real shame. But I will say parts of that business plan were very easy for me to do on my own, because my degree in college is in being a poet. I was going to be a poet. So I have a degree in poetry. So the writing part was easy for me, but the numbers,
We should have,
yeah, we should have known then, but luckily I had a couple of mentors who did understand that part, and they wrote that part for me because they believed in my business, and so they kind of sat me down and they were like, gosh darn it, Emily, we will help you figure this out. And so without them, I don't know that I could say that I would have had a business plan, because that's just not how my brain really tends to operate. Similar to you, I'm really intentional, but it's all kind of going on up here.
Yeah.
I will say that the most important thing for me were those numbers. I think that knowing that, and for me it was a very simple model. I only needed 12 clients to do like 200-some thousand a year in sales, you know. So once someone broke that down for me and was like, hey, you want to do this much money a year and just deal with 12 babies and 12 people, 12 adults that go with those 12? I had never gotten to that point. If I had never been willing to go through the business plan, I don't think I would have proved to myself how successful I could be, and therefore I don't know if I would have gone through with it. So while I don't have one currently, I think you should all make one.
So it's actually where we started today, right? I said, if you want to take this much money out of the business, let's calculate how many jobs you got to do to take that much out of the business. That's exactly what you were doing.
Yes. And again, for me, it was easy because with childcare, it's a very simple ratio, so you know how many employees you need to have. So I knew that I would need to have, 3 employees along with me. And once I knew how much I wanted to pay them, which I was very adamant that I wanted to hire at $10 an hour and go up, which I did, I was able to do because I built that into my business plan and knew exactly how much then I had to charge in tuition to those 12 people. And then when I wanted to pay everybody more and I wanted to give everyone paid vacations and blah, 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 I just raised the tuition. I used that same formula and I raised the tuition and I explained in an email, hey, the people who take care of your children need to be paid more. So you have to pay more. And no one argued with me because their babies were with us.
So you've opened a door, so let me go to Gil. Gil, it's one thing to say I think strategically, or I'm thinking more intentionally about where we're going with this business over the next 6 months or whatever. But Emily has said she started the business being I'm a poet, I don't know jack about numbers, to telling us the numbers drive her decision making. And could you talk a little bit about why the numbers really matter for thinking strategically, for thinking this way?
Yeah. You know, you probably heard the term, don't make dollars. Don't make sense. So that same thing, I didn't know how to formalize it, but every time people sit with me and say, hey, I'm going to start a business, I'll say the same thing, like, so when is this going to be worth it for you? Doing the barbecue, selling eyelashes, doing this, doing that. And then like, so what's it worth for you to be able to get up and do this every morning? We all say like, a job, you know, your dream business is something, if I never got paid for, I would still do it every day. Okay. You want to be paid well for what you do. I mean, you want to feel like it's not a job, but you want to be compensated for what you do, especially for what you do well and what you care about. So I always ask that, what's it worth to you? $30,000 a year? I don't know. No, think about it. And so, knowing those numbers, knowing to deal with parents who are having attitude maybe that morning, or that like, it's worth it. Like, if I get up and I do this every day, and for $50,000 I get paid, or $80,000 or $30,000, you should know that. It's not saying what you're worth, it's what's it worth to you to do it. And so knowing those numbers is crucial. And when you don't have it, you can call an accountant, or you can call a friend, call Dr. Morris, or he'll put you in contact with someone, but knowing those numbers and having those in the forefront of your mind, and because you're not strong in it, do not let that be a deterrent. That is something that is absolutely necessary. I can't tell you how many times I've sat down with business owners, and I'll say, well, I did your books for the year, because there are some people who come with all the bank statements. They have absolutely no idea how much they made for the year. And I'm like, so what do you get a pretty good year? I'm like, they're like, I don't know, you tell me. I'm like, what do you mean? Me tell you. How much you think you made this year? And I mean, I don't know, 60? I think you made $140,000 this year. I did. You did.
Right.
You should know that. You should be able to tell people, like, yeah, I have X amount of clients. I did this year. Not everybody, but be able to vocalize it. Knowing your numbers, if it's not making dollars, it's not making sense. There are people who are literally every month are burning through money and operating at a negative. And they don't know it until the bank account gets negative. I was like, just because that's how much cash you have doesn't mean that's how profitable you are. And so they're like, oh. And so really, this thing about knowing numbers is not about being good in math. It's about positioning yourself, about knowing the business you're running. You should know my business is profitable, or my business is very profitable. And it has nothing to do with education. Like, I'm from Brooklyn, I'm from Queens, I grew up in the crack era. And there were dudes that I knew who I came up with who could run a Fortune 500 company with no problem. In the words of Jay-Z, he said, I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman. Who know how to run product, who knows about business. And I can tell you, I've done tax returns for physicians who make into multiple six figures and are horrible with money. But I know some teachers who own 15, 20 rental properties and know how to manage what they have because they understand their numbers. And so don't let the facade of a formal education or where you come from be a deterrent to what you think the skill set you can obtain. Things like this and putting your mind in a place where you realize, man, I got to know my numbers. I didn't say you have to be excellent at math. I said you have to know your numbers. And know when you're profitable, know when you're not profitable, know when you're like, this ain't working, or something's got to shift. And some people don't know that 2 and 3 years into a venture. And they're just burning money, and money's available, and they're just, but you have to know your numbers. It's imperative. Yeah.
So we don't have a lot of time left with these two wonderful people. Do you have questions for them? You have a question.
So, because I can hear like both of you saying that you kind of had a job before you started. When did you like go into full-blown entrepreneurship and just say the business is priority?
I mean, I'll answer first, but I did it for 5.5 years. Like I said, I was working at Notre Dame, and then 5 years in, a little over 5 years in, I jumped, said, all right, I can do rice and beans for a while. I can make my expenses. I was really mitigating my risk. Like, I didn't want to go do my job, my business full time until I knew I could cover all my monthly expenses. And that meant, you know, no big vacation, I have to be able to cover my bare minimum stuff. And that's when I made the jump over. And I thought, well, we can only go up from here. I hope. And then I just did that, and I just, you know, hit the grind and just went after more and more clients. And yeah, you do what you have to do until you do what you have to do.
Was it scary?
A little bit. But I'll just share this. Now, my wife is sitting back there now, but I was previously married. And I remember I was previously married, and this is 2007. I left Notre Dame, and I came home and I gave the news, and I said, I'm going to do it. And she said, do what? And I'm going to quit Notre Dame, and I'm going to full time into my business. And you're like, want a divorce?
Yep.
Yeah, nervous laughter, but I wasn't laughing. It was for real. So, you know, is it scary? Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah.
When you go after what you're going to say, what you want, you know, you got to be prepared for all of it.
That's right.
All the stuff, all the smoke. And so, and not just that, but even in the business, it's scary. You lose a couple of clients, they're like, oh, I'm going to go a different direction. You're like, okay. So make the decision and take risks, but let it be calculated risks. Things that you know you can live with.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because you brought it up, I think that story's come full circle because Gil's wife has an amazing singing voice, but is now an entrepreneur herself and provides musical experiences at funerals, which is quite cool. You're...
I think I was, somewhat opposite of that, in that I was not watching my risks at all, but I was kind of at rock bottom. So, and again, I was working, but I wasn't getting paid money. My kids were getting to go to school at this place. So once I did the numbers, and once I had people kind of cheering me on, I went full force and I opened my business in 6 months. I got the loans and purchased the property within 3 months, and put myself like through Montessori, getting a Montessori degree at night, while doing the Spark program. So yeah, once I knew I could make some money, I'm a really faithful person, and I knew to start my business because I heard God tell me to.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right.
You know, and that sounds weird to some people, but, you know. Okay. Well, I base all of my, business moves off of that. So for me, it was like, jump, okay, I'm gonna jump. Go to this meeting, okay, I'm gonna go to this meeting. Okay, talk to this person, okay, I'm gonna talk to this person. Because I had a really good mentor who wasn't afraid to talk about business and God, or business and spiritual power. And so he said, always pray, never worry. And I took that to heart. And he said, always answer the phone.
That's right.
And before he said that to me, I never answered the phone. I was like a screener, like, let me see what you want from me. Is this going to be bad news? Oh my God. And yeah, so I took the jump. And I just do that consistently over and over again. And I think maybe some people might roll their eyes or be like, oh, isn't she lucky? Or, oh, wasn't she in the position of privilege to do that? And I really have never been. I choose to present myself to the world in a calm way. Like, this has always been what I've had, but it's not true. And so sometimes you look crazy to everybody else, and the choices that you're about to make look kind of like, not safe, and oh my gosh, how are you gonna pay your bills? Well, I'm gonna pay them, you know, and so that was me, yeah.
But it must, I mean, I'm trying to be in your shoes, and you got children, or at least a child.
Very young, I had 3 very young.
3 kids, you're taking on debt, which is scary by itself, because like, if these parents go south, I'm got to pay the loan, I got to pay.
But I was living on nothing, you know what I mean? I had already kind of proven to myself that I could survive on literally 0, you know? So the idea of having like, oh, I'm taking out this debt, which in my mind is not a tangible thing. Money is not something that, I'm just a weird person. You know, I like money, but I'm not worried about money. You know, I'm just not. So I know how little I could make it on, and yeah. I was terrified though. I mean, literally terrified. I cried all the time. You know, I cried all the time.
So, one more question, anybody?
I have something for Emily. Now, I understand you said, now, I've been around a while, you know, too. I've never till today heard of this Spark program. Are you, as a person that has gone through what you've gone through, are you presenting different communities or different people with this information?
Well, the Spark program is pretty widely promoted, but we will share information with you about Spark.
But what I'm saying, I'm not saying on a big broad, I'm speaking community and other things, because it's something that I've never heard of. And my thing to you, and you, like you said, you've gone through this, you've gone through that. Just personally, to be a motivator, to be an inspirer, and other things, are you speaking in different venues and building up?
Right here.
He always invites me back,
Well, who always go to Notre Dame? Come on.
You know,
But you understand what I'm saying, in a position for people that may not have, everybody can't go and get that mortgage for that home, or get that this.
So you're asking, does she try to be a role model to other?
Exactly, that's all I'm saying, is that do you get out, and is there something that, you know, do you know, to help
try. Yes, I do try, and I want to do that. And thank you for even saying that, because, you know, for me,
some people are just me.
yeah, some people are just me. And I'll share with you that, you know, this being invited here is so important to me, because 2 years ago, when I had my business, unfortunately, I was the victim of a violent crime while I was working. And I haven't wanted to do anything since then. You know, I haven't wanted to do my own business. I haven't wanted to inspire anyone. It's been in the past probably 9 months that I've been kind of reborn. Yeah, and started to, you know, want to put any type of light on myself at all. You know, when you feel that way, when you're just like, whatever, you know. So thank you. I appreciate you. And I absolutely.
Well, we're down on time, so please join me in thanking both of these wonderful people. We're gonna shift right into the next session. So when they give their Saturday to us, it's a real treat. But I've asked them to do like the impossible, which is, what do these folks sort of need to know about the law when they're starting a business, when they're front into their business, just getting started, early days. And that's a 2-week seminar, not a 1-hour thing. But what they're going to share with you is golden, it's good stuff. First up will be Tao Nguyen. Tao is one of my favorite people in South Bend, whoever she is, but because when I was here and I knew nobody and I needed mentors for this program, she was one of the first people that stepped up and stepped to the plate and has been a mentor with us for the last 3 years. And then it got better because she then brought Libby. And so Tao is going to talk a little bit about an issue that actually is more important than you might think. And then from a legal standpoint, the role of insurance and the kind of insurance you ought to think about in your business. And then Libby's going to take us on a tour of a range of legal issues that are especially important. I'm not going to try to teach you the law, but things you ought to be aware of on the legal side in the early days of business. Now,
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. I'm not going to use the mic, but I'm so happy. I'm so excited. Always excited to be here. You know what? Yeah. Oh. Then I'll use it. Does it work?
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. All right. So I'm really happy to be here because I feel like I started just where you did. So just a tiny bit of background about me. I'm an immigrant. I came here when I was 7. We were granted political asylum, so that means that we came here with absolutely nothing, with the shirts off our backs and on our backs, and that's it. And, you know, I lived in Section 8 housing, I had food stamps, I grew up in the system, and let me tell you, that was harder than anything that I have to do now. You know, that's better than I thought, actually. So I'd like to begin this talk with a little bit of a horror story. So bear with me. I have a client, really, really nice guy, nice family, and he bought a little pizza joint. And all he wanted, you know, he was a truck driver, wanted to have his own business, bought this little pizza restaurant. He and his family were going to run it. And about a year into it, the Indiana Department of Environmental Management came calling and said that there was a plume of contaminants under his building. And since he owned the building, he was responsible for cleaning it up. And this very nice man panicked. He was like, oh my God, I don't even know what all these words mean. What is perchloroethylene? What is trichloroethylene? And so he called me and we sat down and we talked about it. I'm also an environmental lawyer in addition to insurance. So I explained the environmental side of it. But when we got to how he was going to pay for this cleanup, that he did not cause, by the way, he merely bought this piece of property. Unfortunately, he didn't do the recommended due diligence. That's another talk for another day. But once we started, you know, talking about how he was gonna clean this up, he was like, I don't have any money. I spent all of my money to buy this piece of property, to buy the equipment, to run this little pizza joint. And he asked me how much it was gonna cost, and I said, anywhere from the high 7 figures, anywhere from the high 6 figures to the low 7 figures. The man probably fell out of his chair at that point. He was like, you need $1 million? I've never seen that much money in my entire life. This is gonna bankrupt me forever. So the next part of our talk was, I asked him, did you buy business insurance? And he said, yes, I did. So I said, send me the policies. I looked at the policy, and I determined that that policy shouldn't cover the entire cleanup. We spent a little bit of time fighting with the insurance company, but ultimately they relented. And they are now paying for the entire cleanup without a dime out of his pocket. So I guess it's not really a horror story, it's a happy story. Because he had insurance, this dramatically bad thing became just something else, just a part of the business. And you know, because he had insurance, he was able to hire me to fight with the insurance company for him, and once it's done, and they decide to cover, they actually have to pay my fees too.
I know that's right.
All right. So with that story in mind, let's talk about insurance. Now that it's a little bit more exciting. So as you know, there's lots of types of policies: property, automotive, commercial general liability, products liability, and on. Today, what we're going to focus on is property insurance and commercial general liability, what I call CGL. This is really, really important to business owners. All right, here's the most important part, okay? Other than get insurance. This is the $1 million tip for you here. Keep your insurance coverage current. Keep copies of your policies, of all of them, in one location, and keep them until the end of time. I'm not kidding about this.
Okay.
All your insurance policies, keep them with you forever. And of course, develop a plan before a claim arises. All right, so be informed about your policies, and I'll go quickly through the types and layers of coverage, types of claims and policy triggers, and the policy structure. Okay, for you, probably the most important thing is just to have that primary layer. Really, really gigantic companies, and I actually just gave this talk to a group of Danish and Swiss gentlemen who run a very large company. And for them, they have multiple layers of coverage. They have layers upon layers of coverage. But for you, it's important to just have the primary layers. And that primary layer, you want to make sure covers property and CGL. So property insurance is first-party insurance, and that's for you. Let's say you buy a little building, you know, a tree falls on it. Property insurance will cover the damage to the building. But the more important part is the CGL coverage, the commercial general liability coverage. And that, actually, I like to call that litigation insurance. Because you know what? Sometimes the most expensive thing that you have to deal with as a business owner is somebody suing you. Because why? You have to go out and hire somebody like Libby. And she's really good, but she's pretty expensive. So if you have an insurance policy and it covers liability, then they will pay for her to defend you. And sometimes that's even more important than the first party. Okay, so your insurance premiums are usually set and they take into account whether you have a deductible or self-insured retention. Have you guys ever heard of that term, those terms before? You probably heard of deductible, but you may not have heard of self-insured retention. And let me tell you quickly what that is. They're both kind of the same. The higher the deductible or self-insured retention, the cheaper the policy usually is, because you you are taking on part of the risk of it, right? So a deductible figures into the limits of your policy. So let's say you have a $100,000 policy with a $10,000 deductible. It means that you only really have $90,000 in coverage because you got to pay that $10,000. But with a deductible, the insurance should pay that $100,000 and then they'll turn around and bill you for the $10,000. Self-insured retention is a little bit different. And I'm telling you this because people get into fights with their insurance companies all the time over this. A self-insured retention is first dollar to you. So if it's $100,000 with a $10,000 self-insured retention, you have to pay that $10,000 first. Then and only then does coverage kick in. But with an SIR, it means that the insurance company has to pay a full $100,000. So with that, you actually have that $100,000 of coverage, even if you have to come out of pocket for the 10 first before it kicks in. All right, let's skip this part. So, types of claims, first party versus third party. In a third party liability policy situation, the question is there a third party seeking liability against the policy holder? And the example here is claims arising from an auto accident. Okay, so types of claims. What triggers the policy's obligations? There's generally two kinds of policies, and you want to pay very close attention to this. Okay, so an occurrence policy covers when the loss-causing event happened. So when the storm caused the damage. When did it happen? With occurrence-based policies, you really, really want to keep those forever because it can potentially apply whenever. So let's say you run, back to my pizza guy. Let's say that you run a pizza joint, you own the property, but there was some sort of chemical spill in the back. Maybe even somebody came onto your property and spilled it without your knowledge. That has happened before. Insurance kicks in based upon when that may have happened, even if it happened 10 years ago. That policy is still good for that occurrence. So keep those policies forever. The challenge for me is usually finding policies that apply. Claims-made policies are cheaper because they only apply in the year that they're active. So a lawsuit has to happen to you in that year. Once a year has passed, those policies aren't generally good anymore. All right, so when you're looking at the policy, what you want to look at first is the declarations page. That will tell you the limit. Then there's coverages and exclusions. Then there's definitions. And here's the important thing, endorsements. You gotta look at the endorsements because the endorsements are usually tucked in the back, but they can change your policy. So everything that's printed before, if there's an endorsement that says it changes it, then that's what controls. And sometimes people don't really read the back of their policies, so they don't understand that everything that came before is no longer good. And if you don't understand the endorsements, ask questions. Make sure you understand what coverage you have gotten. You can talk to your broker or insurance agent about this. Hold on one sec, we'll come back to questions. You can talk to your broker or insurance agent about this, but I gotta say, I often disagree with the brokers and the insurance agents. And here's another counterintuitive thing about insurance policies. The insurance companies are not really the experts, or rather they are in that they wrote it, but their interpretation does not control. In Indiana, because we recognize that insurance is not really a contract. You don't sit down and negotiate with your insurer about the terms of the policies. You either buy it or you don't, right?
Right.
That's all you can do. So insurance has special rules of construction towards it. And what's excellent in Indiana is the rules favor you. So if there's two interpretations of a policy that's reasonable, one says you get coverage and one says you don't get coverage, the interpretation that says you get coverage controls. Okay? Remember that.
Okay.
That's really, really important. In Indiana, some other states are different, but you're operating in a very policyholder-friendly jurisdiction. In Indiana, the interpretation of the policy that gives you coverage doesn't even have to be the best interpretation. It doesn't even have to be the one that makes the most sense. Oh, yeah, there was some feedback. I'll try to speak up loud. Can you hear me, Mike? Yeah. Okay. So sometimes when there is a claim and a broker tells a client that there's no coverage, they come to me and sometimes I have a different interpretation of the policy. And I explain this to brokers all the time. Yeah, what you're telling me makes sense. But what I'm telling you, my interpretation under which my client gets coverage, that makes sense too. Actually, it may not be as good as your interpretation, but the courts look favorably on the policyholder, not the insurance company. All right, I'll skip some of this part. You're gonna get these slides later because I really, really want to talk to you about what to do when there is a claim. So these are the questions you want to ask. Are you facing or potentially facing liability of some sort? Has a triggering event occurred? Have you received notice of a claim? So if somebody tells you, hey, I'm going to sue you, I want you to tell your insurer right away. And the way commercial insurance works is a little bit different than your auto policy. So sometimes people, don't want to report a claim because they think it will make their premiums go up. Generally, that doesn't happen with CGL. But you have to give notice, late notice, notice that the court finds to be late, means you get no coverage, even if under the policy you should. So my advice is always to give notice early and often. Okay, so how do you give notice? I want you to do it in writing, okay, preferably, but I know sometimes that there's emergency situations. I recommend sending via certified mail, return receipt requested, or emailing so you have a copy of it. You want to identify who you are and the policy numbers. If you've been sued, you want to attach the complaint, summons, and demand letter. Send it to the agent as well as the insurer. I've had situations where brokers didn't pass on the notice before, and then we're stuck having to sue the broker. But you can't really sue the insurance company because they didn't get notice. Actually, in that situation, I sued the insurance company too because I said the broker was really your agent, not my client's agent. And we won on that. All right, so what constitutes notice? I just gave you best practices, but in Indiana, again, since it's such a policyholder-friendly jurisdiction, notice from other people may count. So let's say that there is an event with a lot of people who are at fault, and they have the same insurer. If the insurance company got notice from someone else, then that should be good for you too. Okay, so after receiving notice, the insurer should respond in writing in one of three ways. A, it can defend the claim without reservation. This almost never happens. 2, it will defend the claim subject to a reservation of rights. What this means is that they say, yeah, we'll defend you, yeah, we'll cover it, but we reserve our right to deny later and to sue you for it later. In that instance, in Indiana, you get to pick the lawyer you want. You do not have to use their attorney. There's a lot of great attorneys who work with insurance company, but as you can imagine, you know, it's just human nature. You want to favor whoever it is that's paying the bills. So in that situation, if they're defending a claim subject to a reservation, you can pick the lawyer you want. And then this is when people come to see me. They deny the claim entirely, no defense, no indemnity. And in that situation, don't give up yet. If you think that there's a claim that should be covered, go and talk to somebody like me, because like I said, oftentimes I will have a different interpretation than the insurer. And if I can come up with an interpretation of the policy that gives you coverage, under Indiana law, that should control. All right, the last thing I'll cover is what the denial letter would look like. And it's usually a really intimidating document because it's really long and dense, and it sets out, you know, laws in their version of the facts. Read it through, try to understand it, but realize again just what I told you, that the insurance company is not the expert here. Okay? Whatever the policy says controls, it's not their interpretation. All right, I guess finally last thing, notice is late. So you don't give notice until 6 months later. Again, don't give up. Sometimes whether you can get insurance coverage or not is the thing that makes your business go, right? If there's something catastrophic that happens, sometimes that can kill a small business. It would have killed my client's pizza shop. And he had sunk his entire life savings into this pizza shop. So, if you get denied by the insurance company, don't give up. Again, 2 things. Get commercial general liability policy, 1. And if you get denied for a claim that you think should be covered, don't give up. All right, I'll hand it over to Liz.
And we will get these slides to you.
Can I ask her a question?
Sure.
Is SIR a rider, or is it part of the?
Self-insured retention, it should be on the declarations page. So it's not a rider, it's part of the primary policy.
I'm sorry, I got one too on that.
Ma'am. And we're also going to do questions at the end, so if you have questions, write them down and we will answer them. All right, I'm kind of debating if I have to use this or not. Normally I'm a theater person, so I don't have to talk loudly into a microphone, just loud in general, but I've been sick, so. All right, so my name is Libby Claysmith, as Tess said. I am an attorney at THK Law in South Bend. And I love starting with the insurance portion of things because I am about 70% a litigator and 30% a business attorney. So my job is to help my clients mitigate risk. And a lot of what happens when they come to me, I say, well, did you get insurance? I don't know about your insurance policy. I'm going to refer you to TAO, but did you get it? So that's where we start. So what I'm going to do for you guys today, there's a little bit of feedback. Go on. Is I'm going to go over 2 main areas with you all, and that is a couple general business considerations and labor and employment law basics. So again, like Dr. Morris said, this is a very, very broad overview topic. This is stuff that there are individual classes in law school that are going to take you 4 months to learn. But one of the things that I do when I get a lot of small business clients who come to me is I say, you know, these are some general things that you need to think about when you're starting a business. The first of which is entity formation. Structure really matters. Also, I get a lot of questions about intellectual property rights, like trademark and copyright, and understanding the difference between those, and do you really need to spend the money on it? A lot of the time, I talk people out of it, but it's good to know the difference in what you're actually getting. And then, especially if you are carrying on a business that is like going to be in the service industry at all, if you're going to be dealing with people, you really need to make sure you have the correct licenses and permits. So, first, the general entity that I advise people to do is an LLC. It stands for Limited Liability Company. And again, here, this is about mitigating your risk. So if you are, so let's go back to Tao's pizza shop client, right? So if they had to cover the cost of that mitigation, right? And they were just a sole practitioner, no entity to protect themselves. There's no barrier between their personal assets and their business assets. So if somebody wants to try to come and collect against them, if there's like a lawsuit and a judgment, for example, they can go after their house, they can go after their bank account. In some states, Indiana, not so much, but in some states, they can go after their spouse's assets. So it depends. So what you do is you form an entity. And I say a limited liability company because for tax purposes, you can make it very similar to having a sole proprietorship, but it's going to give you that invisible level of protection for your personal assets. You're going to have a business bank account, you're going to have business insurance. So if somebody comes and they sue you personally, but it's for something that the business did, you can say, well, no, it's not me, it's the business. You got to go after the business. And then they go after the business, and they are limited to the assets of the business. So you don't lose your house, you don't lose your car, you know, you don't lose your kid's college fund. So. Takeaway. And I'm serious when I talk about how much this really, really matters. Because a lot of the time when I get people to come to me, it's like, well, you really need to settle, because otherwise, you know, your personal assets are at stake here. So the next thing that people come to me about is trademark versus copyright. So my favorite example here is Nike. I always use Nike because it's easy to figure it out. So a lot of times people come to me and they're like, hey, I need a copyright for my business. I thought of this really cool name and I want to do that. And I say, all right, we got to talk about the difference between trademark and copyright. When it comes to a business, mostly what people are actually thinking of is a trademark. So a trademark is a source indicator. It lets people know if they see something on the shelf, they know who made that product. So Nike, you have the swoosh, you got Just Do It, you got the name Nike. Those are 3 individual trademarks. You have your logo, the swoosh, you have your phrase, you know, catchphrase, Just Do It, and you have the actual name, which is Nike. And Nike, of course, has so many trademarks in there. But what you're thinking about when you're doing this is the point of having a trademark is to protect your brand. It's going to protect other people from coming in and using it on an inferior product or an inferior service. It's going to protect you guys from having confusion in the marketplace. You know, somebody's like, I'm not sure if this is coming from them or not. So, okay. However, when people want to do a trademark, normally you think of the United States Patent and Trademark Office. This, you can only get federal trademark registration if you travel over state lines. So if you are selling a product in the city of South Bend, you never sell it to anybody outside of the city of South Bend, you're not going to be able to file a registration for a federal trademark. You can apply for some state of Indiana trademark protection, which is still going to be helpful. Now the point of having a federal registration, the main thing it allows you to do is sue somebody to prevent them from using it. But you can't get that unless you are crossing state lines or selling internationally. Now the other thing to think about though is, unlike some other countries, in the United States, you get trademark rights just by using it. It's going to be limited to the location of where you are using it if it's not registered, but you don't have to have a registration. You can put a TM on the end of your business name, and that signals to the world that you're using it as a trademark. Now, you can't file in federal court to stop somebody else from using it, but You can still, send a nasty letter, you can still register it in the state of Indiana. What you cannot do, however, is use the R in the circle. You can only use the R in the circle if you have a federally registered trademark. If you do it without having a registration, you can get in a lot of trouble. Hold questions till the end, and write it down, and I'll get to it at the end. So the other thing is a copyright. A copyright, this is the definition, it's an original work of authorship fixed in a tangible medium of expression. What does that mean? It's like a play, or a book, or a song. There have been some particularly artistic tweets that have received copyright protection. So the thing to remember here is you can't copyright an idea. You can only copyright the physical manifestation of that idea. So you can't say, hey, this is a great idea I had, and then somebody else goes and writes it down.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily a violation of your copyright because you don't have a copyright in that idea. So you have to write it down in order to get protections in it. And again, it's a use-based. You can get it registered, but if you write it down, you own the copyright. You don't have to have it registered. So before I get into this, the main thing that I tell people when I think about, do you need a trademark, right? So a lot of people are like, this is my name is the Libby Clay Smith Law Office. So I'm not gonna be able to get a trademark for that. Because one, I can't get a trademark for something that has a person's name in it. Two, I can't get a trademark for something that is merely descriptive of the service that I'm providing, which is a law office. And it's also kind of a generic name. So the strongest protection that you're gonna get is a name that is what they would call fanciful. So again, like Nike for athletic wear, right? It's, I don't know, god or goddess or whatever, but it's mythological. Nobody's gonna think of that as a regular thing. So something to keep in mind if you are actually wanting to seek trademark protection in the future, start with a brand that has a name that is unique. Now, the other thing to think about, because again, my brain thinks in terms of liabilities, is does your business need a license? Because if you are operating a business without the required license, you're opening yourself up to all sorts of liability. I'm not gonna go through everything that it needs, then again, we'll send these slides around. But the city of South Bend and the state of Indiana have their own licensing requirements for specific businesses. So this is not an exhaustive list, but just to kind of highlight some of them. If you're going to operate a food vending vehicle, like a food truck, you need a license. I don't have it on here, but if you're gonna let other people park their car on your property for money, you need a license for that. Tattoo establishments, you need that. Yeah, the car one is always interesting, especially because Notre Dame is right there and people want to park on your lawn. So again, make sure that you look this up and talk about it. Indiana, you also have specific licensing for barbers, cosmetology, daycare centers, daycare in your home, those have to be licensed, massage therapy, plumbing, that kind of thing. When in doubt, contact the local business license administrator, they'll let you know. And then there's also the State Information Center. This is actually, the numbers have updated from last year. You can call, you can text, you can email. I have called the State Information Center to look things up for clients. Like, I'm not kidding. I will just be like, I don't know the answer to this, and I don't want to Google it, so I'll call. And they will give you that information. They are very helpful. All right, so those are some general, overall structural business things to keep in mind. Now we're going to move to labor and employment law basics, because if you are operating a business and you have anyone helping you other than yourself, you need to know these things. So here's general topics we're going to talk about. Employee versus independent contractor. How many people have hired a plumber? A plumber? Yeah. Okay. So, or somebody else who comes to your house and does a job for you and then leaves, right? They are most likely an independent contractor. They are doing their own business, their own thing. However, if you are starting your own business, like the man who owns the pizza shop, and he hires somebody to come in and help him make pizza, that's going to be an employee. And in the state of Indiana, it doesn't matter what you call them. If he decides, hey, I want to call that guy an independent contractor because I know that there is less stuff that I have to do for tax reporting purposes if it's an independent contractor, the state of Indiana is gonna say, I don't care about your labels. There are rules, and you have to follow them. That person is an employee. The main factor that they will look at is control. So things like, do you tell them the time that they have to be there, or how long they have to be there? Do you provide the tools that they need to do their job? Do you tell them how to perform their tasks? Are there like uniforms that are required or anything like that? And the list goes on. But if you are exercising an element of control over how they do their job or when they are there, they are an employee. They are not an independent contractor. It does not matter what you call them. Now, why is this important? Money. So, this is a big one. Anyone in Indiana with 2 or more employees must pay minimum wage and payroll taxes. You are 1 employee. That's how they consider it. So if you have 1 other person working with you, that's 2 people, then you must pay minimum wage and payroll taxes. Minimum wage, $7.25. Last year there was a bill to try to raise it. Of course, it didn't pass. But it's $7.25 that you must pay, the $7.25. I will say though, and I was telling people this last year also, keep an eye on the bills that are done because eventually this is going to change. And you need to make sure that you are paying the actual required minimum wage. So again, that independent contractor versus employee distinction really matters because if you are not paying a minimum wage and you're not doing the payroll taxes, there are massive penalties that you can get. So my recommendation is always have them fill out an I-9 for anybody who comes and works for you. You know, if it's the plumber showing up at your house, different. But if you are operating a business and you have somebody working with you, get that I-9. Because again, there are massive penalties that can happen for you if you don't.
It's called an I-9?
I-9. Mm-hmm. And now here's my other big takeaway here. Use a payroll company. Because this stuff is complicated. I was looking through and like updating and looking at the current state of the law and everything, and it's confusing. I would not try to do this myself if I had a business, because I just wouldn't trust myself to get it right. You can do it, people do it, but if at all possible, use a payroll company. There are payroll companies all over that will have like small business models. And they'll, structure their pricing to be affordable for different types of businesses. So to the extent that you're able to use a payroll company, because the penalties of getting it wrong could ruin it, could ruin everything. So 2 more things on wages. Overtime. Again, this is why employee distinction works. You must pay time and a half if an employee works more than 40 hours in a week. It does not matter if you say that they're salaried. If they work that and they do work on an hourly basis, then you have to do that. So just assume that you're covered and then you have to pay that. Now, there are certain things like my employer doesn't have to pay me time and a half, but there's income levels that matter and all of that, which again is why you talk to an accountant and or a payroll company. Also, you cannot withhold wages as a penalty. You have to pay somebody for all the time that they work, even if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So, because if you don't, and they sue you and win, you have to pay them 3 times their wages, plus their attorney's fees. So pay them, fire them if they're not a good employee, but again, in a legal manner, and then just get them out, but don't withhold wages. The other thing, discrimination. So this is always a hot button topic, and when I started my career, the first couple of years, a lot of what I was doing was actually defending employers in discrimination cases. So because of this, what you know is that there are protected classes. Has people here heard the term protected classes? Yeah. So you have to treat everyone the same, regardless of their race, their color, their religion, their sex, which includes pregnancy and their sexual orientation and gender identity, at least for now. Again, this stuff, especially in the last year, has been moving quickly, and hopefully these will remain protected classes, but you gotta keep an eye on it. And let's be honest, even if it's not a protected class, you should still treat them the same regardless of these things. National origin, their age, 40 or older. Genetic information, so that would include like family medical history. So say like I have a family history of heart disease, and so you don't want to hire me because maybe I'm gonna have to take some time off if I have a heart issue. You can't do that. Military status is another one. You can't not hire somebody because they're gonna, they're in Army Reserves and they might have to leave for a while. And disability is another big one. This applies throughout the entire process from the second that you even get an inkling that they're interested in working for you. It applies throughout the hiring process, any promotion process, and the firing process. No harassment, no pay differences, no retaliation. So when in doubt, just don't ask the questions, because people always ask, what can I ask? So for this, I always think disability is a really big one, right? It applies for an actual or a perceived disability. It is very broadly worded, the protections for disability. You must give reasonable accommodation. So if somebody has a disability that prevents them from standing for more than 30 minutes at a time, as long as they can perform the essential functions of the job, then you have to give them reasonable accommodations. So maybe you get them a chair and they can still do the reasonable, the work. So the question always comes up, what can I ask? This is the one area where I just tell people, don't be curious. You don't have a right to know. So do not ask anything that would disclose that someone is in a protected category, and that includes all the categories we went through on the previous slide. Don't ask about the requirements of the job. I mean, do ask about the requirements of the job, that's the only thing. So, can you lift 45 pounds? If it is a job that requires you to stand for a certain amount of time, then yeah, but again, you have to be very careful with how you do it. And when in doubt, just don't ask. And it's also not just asking, because this we see a lot of as well, it's also insinuating. Just be very, very careful with the things that you do. Like personal story, when I was out in the job market, there was somebody who said, well, the risk of hiring an unmarried female is that she's going to get married and move away. So, that, if I had wanted to pursue it, could have been disability, or not disability, could have been discrimination based on my gender. So, you gotta be very careful with the way that you speak to people. All right, the other thing to think about when you have employees on your premises, wherever that is, the safety rules apply to any kind of job where anybody would be at risk. So we're talking things like restaurant or food prep, hot surfaces, sharp objects. It also applies if there's chemicals. That happens a lot. You see it in like barbershops, beauty parlors, that kind of thing. A falling risk. Are they going to have to, climb up to get something on the top shelf? That's a falling risk. So the list goes on. There are very strict federal and state laws. And the nice thing about it is that you can get free posters. So IOSHA and OSHA online have all of these posters. When you open a business, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to get solicitations. But a lot of them come by email, some by mail. I get these forwarded to me from my clients all the time that are like, I got this thing saying, pay me $40 and we'll send you these nice laminated posters. No, that's bogus. You don't need to pay for those posters. They're available to you free online. That is just people being shady trying to get your money. But you do need to get the posters and you do need to post them in your place of employment.
What's the website?
So I don't have the website for it right here, but it's OSHA, OSHA for the federal and IOSHA for the Indiana one.
Are we getting handouts?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, because I emailed this to you, Dr. Morris, so you can pass it out. And then the other one, which again goes to what Todd was discussing, is get workers' comp. If you have employees, get workers' comp. And I will give a story about the importance of workers' comp too, because if you have workers' compensation insurance and you are injured on a job, or somebody is injured, this is about protecting the employer, but it's also about providing for the employee, right? So if somebody has workers' comp and they get compensated through that insurance, they cannot go back and sue the employer for more money. So you are protecting your employee by making sure that they can get something, but you're also protecting yourself by limiting your exposure. And depending on what side of the courtroom you're on, people do and don't like this. But. So the bottom line is to make your business as safe as possible through the training, warning, and providing adequate safety equipment. Last thing, keep records. You know, Todd talked about how long are we keeping our insurance policy? Forever. Thank you.
At the time, is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah, until the end of time. Keep records. Now there are certain laws that require you, like EEOC and other places require you to keep things for 1 to 3 years. I always tell people keep employment records for a minimum of 3 years. And paper it up, write everything down, because when we come into these discrimination issues, right? If somebody has a history of showing up late for work and you never documented it, and they come in and they say, well, you sued me because I have this, and this, I'm a member of this protected class, you have nothing to say no, I fired you because you were a terrible employee. So if there are fights, if there are words that are spoken, if there is improper behavior, you need to write it down because you need to make a record of why it is valid that you terminated or reprimanded this employee. Also keep a record of basic employment information. Again, that's that I-9. It's proof that they're allowed to work for you so that you don't get penalties for employing somebody illegally. It also helps because in the future, somebody might come and say, we need information on this employee that you had. If you don't have that information, it might not be a good thing. Record of events, and keep your payroll records. So that is everything. So now we'll open it up to questions for both Tao and me.
Libby, can I just?
Yes.
The other thing about something you said, in Indiana, if you register a single member LLC, you go into a database, so all these private companies can now get your name, your business name. They will try to reach out to you and try to sell you stuff you do not need. Much of the stuff they're selling you get for free from the state. So they'll send you a laminated copy of your business registration or whatever. Just realize as soon as you register, you're going to get marketing stuff. Some of it's a very official state-looking letterhead when it's a private company that's selling exactly what you need.
Yeah, if it does not end with .gov, even if it says .gov/something, something, something, it's not. If it does not end with .gov, don't pay attention to it. Yes, go ahead.
I have a specific trademark question. I am a leather worker and I had to apply, I got a trademark because someone took my name from underneath me and I brand my name onto things. So my name is Goddess Removes Leatherworks. And now I have an office action saying that Leatherworks is too broad of a term.
Okay.
But I hired a company to file this for me.
Right.
So do I have to pay them again to fix something that I paid them because they have the knowledge to tell me Leatherworks is not something I have to word it differently?
Yeah, it's going to depend on the terms of your agreement with that company. Because it might, so like for me, when I do a trademark application for somebody, I charge a flat fee until the point that I hit submit on that application. And then if you get an office action, you have to respond. Without seeing your application, my guess is that they're just asking you to disclaim the word Leatherworks, which is like you check the box and then you submit it and then they're like, you're good to go. But I would read the office action very carefully.